गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके।
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग, पंगा ले यानी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग, मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैग टैग, दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट, मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय, बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई, टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस, हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस, बैकी आया पैराशूट ते, like I'm falling out of love जीवे, तेरी सोचा तो above जीवे, तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके।
Oh boy, don't cry, तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय, कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई, तेरे जैसे कई आए। I'm a queen, मेरा सीन, करे बात मेरी M16, नॉकआउट करूं दिल I'm so mean, तू भी बच गानी कर ले यकीन, तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूं, ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूं, बिना चिकन डिनर, कभी हार ना कबूल करूं, कभी हार ना कबूल करूं।
अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया, तेनू लगेया कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया, and you thought you knocked me out, मैं तो समझ बंद करन लई बह गया, एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ीए हराना मैनू, 10 साल तो मैं जानदा ज़माना मैनू, मेरे लिखण दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल चाचा, लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करां, गल सीधी सीधी करां ना ख्याली करां, मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल, कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करां, बैकी आया पैराशूट ते, like I'm falling out of love जीवे, तेरी सोचा तो above जीवे, तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके, गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके।
Game over. QWERTY Esports.
It's all about the clarity that they have for their own goals, and that's the most important thing for a team to have. It's just in the name, but we'll have to say if it's in the game as well, because the name itself is new, but the team, we know with their experience, they come up together, they fight, they dominate most of the times, and that's the only thing that, we're not expecting from them. They need to dominate the entire tournament when it comes down to it.
Exactly. I mean, this lineup in particular has been a lineup that dominates one map, that is
Miramar. They have the clarity that they own the Miramar, but will they be able to own the major matches? That constitutes of Erangel assets for the starters, right?
You need to be good on Erangel because that is the map that's played the most. But we have a lot of expectations from QWERTY this time around as well, and hopefully they will deliver. So good luck to Team QWERTY for that. SALTxi8.
One of the best teams that there is in the region when we look forward to the name, with all the players just outperforming, and it's not just about this time. Every single season they have performed, we know they will perform, and that is something that just takes them up high above in the ladder of the competition, and well, they always look down onto the competition from that big of a mountain.
Exactly. As far as the PUBG Mobile scene in Pakistan is considered, for the last 2 years basically, i8 has been the team, has been the lineup to beat. All the lads look really strong right now, and once again they are all set for the competition. But what about the rest of the team? We'll find out.
Yeah, but then there's just one bad thing about the team that might just come in, right? We talk about their goods, but then if there are miscommunications happening among them, well, things might just be bad. But I'm pretty sure they have checked their marker already.
So, as Ocean mentioned, I mean, if the communication is clear, the team might just come out the victor at the end of the tournament, but who knows what's going to happen. We will know the result at the end of the finals, ladies and gentlemen. But for Team i8, we wish them good luck for their matches.
PMPL exclusively for Pakistan. A chance to push your limits. The squads are ready to turn their dreams into reality.
It's our chance to reach the biggest.
It's time to enter the dawn of new champions.
Let the action begin.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, the 2 days that will decide the fate of all the Pakistani teams playing out here. Welcome once again. You are watching the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan 2022 Spring. And here we are with the league days. Again, the third and the most important league day, as I'm joined along with CA. But before we get in, taking a look at the magnificent Oppo F21 Pro, who are also our PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan official smartphone partners. CA, fresh new week, all the teams playing in here. How are you feeling?
No, I'm feeling great. Like you said, it's going to be a week that is going to decide the fate of many a team. Really, we're looking at 8 teams, specifically fixes the 8 teams that have only made it to one Super Weekend so far. The other 12 do have a little bit of an edge, but we'll have to see. I think what we have seen across the 2 weeks is that there's been a lot of improvement, a lot of exploration from all of these teams, and we'll see how all of that pans out with this third week.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we've had some big names that did miss out on the second Super Weekend, and they are going to be trying their level best to really get there, at least qualify for this Super Weekend. Because if they do not, I think see the journey is going to be over from here onwards, and that is something that you would not want to see, or you know, of course, from the likes of teams like FMxR3D, 3x Esports, and then Regicide. You know, everyone's sort of under the radar this time as to how they're going to be performing. But for the others, right? For the others, at least for the top 5 to top 8, we're kind of pretty sure that, you know, these teams have made it to the finals, because that has been their end goal. And for all the other teams, you know, the top tier teams from 1, 2, 3, I think they're going to be fighting it out for the prize money that we do have for the league stages.
Yeah, and I really do wonder if any of those top 4, 5 teams out here in the week 3 league stage, you know, if they decide to mess around a little bit, try something new, some experimentation to come through, because like you said, they are pretty safe. I think if they had to do anything, the only thing they'd have to do is make it to Super Weekend 3, get bare minimum points, and they will most likely make it over to that top 16. So maybe this can be a good week for them to try stuff out.
No, maybe. It's all on speculation, ladies and gentlemen, because we also do not know what we are in here for. But see, there's one thing, you know, we're going to have 5 Miramars. This time, no Sanhok for the league day. So, how are you feeling about it? Of course, you know, you coming in the Pakistan region surely must have been graced with all the love and support from the fans out there. But I've got to ask you, you know, you've seen Sanhok, you've seen Miramar. Which has been, you know, better in terms of your liking?
I mean, generally, I have liked Miramar a lot more because we saw it only on the first day. What Sanhok used to be, I feel like, is what Miramar has become, because we had the entire last week without any Miramar. So it's almost like we're coming into it with a brand new feeling, you know, of something different might happen. And that's why I'm hoping that it could, because Miramar is one place where we haven't really seen those drop contestations. We haven't seen as many fights, so maybe we can make that happen, because as you can see on the format explanation, this is our last week fixes before we head into the finals.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, again, a reminder for all you viewers out there, a little bit of a look at the format explanation for all the new viewers out there. We've already completed 2 weeks of our Super Weekends along with the league plays. Now, teams are going to be battling it out in the league play days of week number 3, out of which only 16 teams are going to be qualifying for the Super Weekend. And then we'll get our finalists who are going to be fighting it out for a whooping amount of 1.76 crore Pakistani rupees. And this is what we were talking about. You know, the league stages, we do have a separate set sum of amount set for every single team. So I think from here onwards, it kind of becomes clear that the teams are going to be fighting it out just for glory in the league stages. And the majority heating up of situations will be witnessed during the finals. As we take a look at the squad rosters for Group A, we do have SALTxi8, Quantum Rage, Quraysh and TmW, out of which I think SALTxi8 and Quantum Rage are pretty much secure. They're doing fine, they're doing all dandy. But Quraysh and TmW, I mean, the sword is hanging over their heads. Quraysh has had a few good performances, but TmW, it is inevitable for them to qualify for this Super Weekend CA if they want to participate in the finals.
Yeah, exactly. And really, for teams like TmW, even 3x for that matter, really going to have to step up to the mark in that regard. Finals is looming, and at this point, there are no more there is no more room for you to try and make adaptations, to try and really fix things. It's do or die really with this week, and it's got to start from the very beginning. You know, they can't have a bad start and hope to come back, because I feel like given the competition that we're seeing develop between the other teams itself who have gotten off to strong starts, it's going to be very hard to break in if you are not off to one.
Yeah, and you know, you've got to do majority of that in the first day itself, right? With the 4 games that you've got to play in the evening today. So that is where teams, especially, you know, the likes of TmW, we've got 3X, we've got Regicide. We're going to talk all about them. But as we take a look at Group B, we do have Clarity, 52X Rage, one of those few teams that I'd be looking out for personally, because we have seen those signs from 52X Rage where we kind of are forced into believing, yes, that they've got something in them, that X factor, but then it sort of fizzles out. But this is the group that we have seen, I think, a lot to talk about it. Team TUF, they're one of the most improved groups so far in the PMPL Pakistan, of course, in the second Super Weekend. The way these lads have been playing, Edgar, Joker, Thor, Virus, every single one of them. But eyes are going to be on FMR3D, one of those invited teams into the PMPL Pakistan Spring. And certainly they're struggling. And the same can be said with Grounders, who've had a really good first Super Weekend, but they could not really make it into the second at all.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I want the teams like FMxR3D or even Grounders for that matter to look to North Esports. You know, North Esports didn't make it to week 1 Super Weekend, rallied back strong. You used it really as a wake-up call, almost fixes, where they're like, okay, you know what, we have the experience, we know that it doesn't matter as long as we give a good performance in 2 Super Weekends, we will make it. And that's what teams like FMxR3D and Grounders, even Regicide for that matter, are going to have to rely on. But really a team that again catches my eye is QWERTY Fixes. We've been talking about them all weekend. Consistency, man. No chicken dinners, but yet this squad manages to battle with the very top. And I wonder if week 3 will be their breakout mode, where they just go full ham.
Oh yeah, I think it certainly can be, right? Making it to the top 3, barring any chickens, you know, that's a feat to achieve, and QWERTY have certainly done that. And they're constantly getting better, right? The first Super Weekend, they managed to score 127. The second one, they come up with 144. So that is, again, a very progressive graph, that something that we'd really like to see. You perform better than how you played yesterday. So that has been the mantra for QWERTY, but still, you know, still a lot of, areas to work upon. I'm pretty sure Khan does understand that, and we're still waiting for Khan to really, you know, start getting a lot of things done for his team, because more often than not, he's been the sacrificial lamb, right? You've seen on the various occasions when he tries to traverse around, find a good location, he usually gets picked off. And Wolverine and Gravity really have such an important role to play. But there has been another team, right? We've been talking about them, Team TUF. The way they've been playing, one of the most improved team, I must say, from Super Weekend 1 as we head along to Super Weekend 2, with Edgar and Joker just playing out of their minds here. What do you have to say about them?
I absolutely agree, Fix. Like you said, Edgar and Joker especially playing absolutely phenomenally. You can see really jumping up in the charts in that matter. But it does feel like more of a team effort. I think what has particularly caught my eye with respect to Team QWERTY is the fact that they play Team TUF is that they play so well as a unit, Fixes. We've seen them in these crappy situations in the Super Weekend where they're stuck in a small area, but they're able to claw it out only because they're playing together as a unit. And like I'm talking about, like this similar ending that we saw towards the north of that Rozok small island, they're stuck in the corner of the island, but they play it together so well to pull it off, and really speaks to what you can accomplish if you just put the work in.
Oh yeah, I think, getting 88 points just in the first Super Weekend to scoring 165 is no small feat here, right? It's almost double than, what they've earned. So yeah, I mean, I'm pretty impressed with how they've played, their approach, and I completely agree with you. The team game has been on point, and this is gonna help them in the longer run, in the finals at least, when, all hell's gonna break loose. I think this is what we've been every single time, you see them making any sort of a play, they are in there as a whole unit, right? They communicate really well, the coordination is on point, and I think these lads have been playing for quite some time, at least Virus, Edgar and Joker. I have seen them, for maybe a year or more than that. As we take a look at their performance seismograph, it's just quite evident, right? The first Super Weekend was not really the way they wanted. They had a few good games. That's just about it. But things really changed in the second Super Weekend, where you could really see those huge high graphs going out there. But consistency, I think, is one of those things that they would be looking forward to work on in this league play days.
Yeah, exactly. It really does feel like Team TUF, they're a team that is very comfortable when they get off to a good start, when they're together as a unit towards the end. But there are certain moments when they're caught off in their rotations maybe, or get engaged in an early fight, and that's where you can see those down games really come in. And I think that's something they can work on coming into the grand finals, because the competition is most certainly going to get harder. And that's the kind of stuff I want to see teams really try and isolate coming into this weekend, like the teams that are in the top half at least. Find those small issues that you can kink out in this third week of league stage.
Oh, of course. I mean, you certainly have to, right? Especially for the teams that did miss out on the second Super Weekend, they've had to do a big, tons of homework, I must say, because considering the fact that the names that we're talking about, FMxR3D, the Grounders, 3x, and Regicide, that is where it sort of kind of boils down to the fact that they will have to prove themselves no matter what. And talking about proving themselves, there is certainly one of those teams that is still yet trying to figure themselves out. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about XGeneration Esports. Now, this has been one of those teams that again, we've seen them in the past, but this time, they have had their good days, they've had their highs and lows. They do have this, bittersweet love story with MetershotxSKY, especially in Sanhok. Out of, I think, we're not gonna see any of that this week at least, up until the point they qualify for the Super Weekend. But what are your thoughts on this teams here?
Oh, like you said, really, besides the moments of brilliance here and there, especially from players like Zen, we haven't really seen them flourish into something more that we did expect. Now, those moments of brilliance do mean that there is a lot more that we can expect from this team coming through. And honestly, you could say that for many a team that is battling in that mid-battle area, right, where we've seen moments where those teams have been brilliant, need to try and step up. And I think that's where, again, week 3, it's all about that proof right there, because you need it going into grand finals. You can't just save everything coming into grand finals, because then suddenly the question begs, are you even going to make it if you're not in the top 5?
Oh, that is something that, is definitely going in their mind. But, I was taking a look at their points where they stand, right? It has been a sort of a negative graph for them, right?
Yeah.
In the first weekend, they managed to get 107, in the second, 81. So clearly not the kind of transition you would want to do. This is kind of a performance, of course you would want to, keep getting better, and it's clearly visible even from their performance seismograph, right? You could clearly see those few games, one of those, they've hit those 25 bombs, they've done it all, but then that steep fall clearly shows that, consistency has always been an issue with this particular team. Now, that being said, like their name goes, they've been one of the aggressive lots. So maybe similarly to what North Esports have been doing, they would want to get the aggressive pushes, their playstyle a notch down a little bit. Try to focus more on positioning, try to look at the bigger picture, that is to qualify for this Super Weekend. Because if they do, I'm pretty sure they are securing their berth for the finals.
Exactly. For teams like this, it's just a matter of making it to that Super Weekend rather than even accomplishing something monstrous. The monstrous part, I think, mostly only applies to 2 or 3 teams, specifically TmW and 3x Esports, so we'll have to see. But moving on from that, I think, again, a team towards the middle of the pack area that has to do more or less exactly what you described the 52x Rage has to do. But for Magnus, it feels so much more somehow, because we've seen that 1v1 brilliance, we've seen their ability to shut down the top teams, but it's never actually been consistent.
Oh yeah, I mean, consistency has always been one of the major issues with this particular team. I've really seen some signs of brilliance, especially in the mid games, right? But they somehow need to handle themselves in the late games, which I believe, say if you remember, in the last day they did, try to get a top 3 position finish in Miramar. They've been putting the right efforts, and even the graph has gone up. So I'm kind of happy about how they've been playing. Mom2 especially, he's been looking really deadly with the grenades. Respect also providing all the right kind of cover fire. for their team. Dil has also been on a good roll, and Cairo, this I think is the latest addition to the roster, and he's not lagging behind either. It's all about Team Magnus's rotation in the late zone that will determine if they make it to the third Super Weekend. But considering the position that they are in, CA, they're on the 11th spot. So still, sword over their heads. Let's see how they do. But if you take a look at their performance seismograph, right, you could clearly see the first with the start into this PMPL, they did manage to get the first chicken dinner, right? That is when we started having really high hopes from them. But that is where the graph also went to a very steep decline, a very sharp fall, and they have been trying to recover ever since. They have been getting really close, but not yet there where they should be.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing, right? They come so close so many times that you feel like, surely this time, no, surely this time. But it's just right there, but out of the grasp somehow. So you have to hope coming into week 3, they're actually able to pick it up. Maybe third time's the charm,
Maybe, hopefully, is what we can say. Fingers crossed for them. But I think it's the perfect time to bring in FMR3D into the picture over here. Now, FMR3D sort of playing so well, and in the first Super Weekend, heading to the second, it was kind of such a bummer, right, to not see them make it. Especially even Regicide. I really thought with the first Super Weekend's chicken dinner, the last chicken dinner belonged to them. That is where I thought their woes might end, but it just kept getting worse for them. And Freestyle also, they kind of barely managed to scrap through. But taking a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be all Erangel and Miramar for this league play days that we have spanning over 2 days. So we're going to see 5 Erangels, 5 Miramars, and each team will be playing for 4 for each, right? So they're going to be playing 8 matches in total. That is all they have to make sure they qualify for this Super Weekend. And the threshold here has been 42-41-ish. So clearly 2 chicken dinners, you're through.
Yeah. Easy peasy, right? I mean, we make it sound so easy, but I'm sure it's not for these teams. They do get 8 shots at it, 4 today, 4 tomorrow, so maybe they can grab 1 on each day. Either ways, I think as long as they're able to put in a good performance, that usually does translate into a lot more in terms of that Super Weekend. And really, it's when you get started off on a bad note, when you're the first team eliminated. And we've seen that affliction happen with even the top teams, like Freestyle and Quantum Rage, for example. You look back to week 2, they had very iffy weeks coming into the Super Weekend, barely made it, but once they were at the Super Weekend, they somewhat stabilized, and that's where I think even the bottom teams have got to look at. Scrape through the league stage, you can pull something off in the Super Weekend.
Alright, this is where, we would want CS predictions, your predictions. Now, tell me one of those teams that do you think is going to surprise you this time, that's going to find us all off guard. We'll get back to that as we take a look at the Erangel map chance. Well, has been quite dominated by SALTxi8, but I really would not, miss out on the chances of MetershotxSKY, right? Again, one of those teams that has really conquered the map of Erangel. But yeah, heading back to the conversation, CA, one name.
Ooh, I'm gonna go with Regicide because when I look back to week 1, right, day 1, we had 2 Miramars. They won both of them. This is a week where we only have Miramars. Like, if a team wants to do it, which hasn't been looking so great recently, I think it should be Regicide. It should be a week they're quite comfortable with.
I think I agree with you. With Regicide, I think I'm going to go with FMR3D because I really feel that they've still got a lot to offer, especially with Pika joining them. A lot of experience coming in. We've seen those boys, but you know what? Let's see how Shaw, Hassan, and Anubis they're gonna play it out because they've been playing with each other for quite a long time. So the synergy has always been there, but their decision making has sort of been abysmal as the Big Bird, ladies and gentlemen, is in the sky as we do begin our third league play weekdays as MetershotxSKY and SALTxi8 going where they are supposed to. And I don't think there is going to be any changes, at least for now. I'm pretty sure that would not be the case tomorrow because then again, the teams that know that they've qualified, they're surely going to try to cause some ruckus or, cause some nuisance for the other teams to not make them qualify. So make sure you've got your connections well.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to see that ruckus start off from game 1 itself. So far, so good for most teams with respect to their standard drops. We are seeing that light contest that we usually see between XGeneration and QWERTY, though I expect it not to turn out anywhere. And we've got the standard Western Circle come out, but hold on, Malik is caught in his shack. And okay, that's all it is. The car just drives faster. I thought for a second he was gonna get punished.
Oh yeah, and that could be just nightmares for Malik over here, who's been one of those performers for freestyle, right? When we really expected a lot out of Wasi, and we did see a lot out of Wasi and Tyrant, to be honest, in the first Super Weekend. But in the second, you could not see the Wasi Tyrant magic. It was again Malik who kind of held on to the helm for freestyle every single game that they performed well. Malik had such an important role to play. So eyes are definitely going to be on how he's going to start popping off today. But for now, see, we do have every team, just minding their own business. Again, this sort of brings us to another one of your speculations. So do you think the first Erangel game, is it going to be normally paced, or do you think it's going to be Pakistani region paced?
I think it is going to be normally paced, and I say that with quite a sad face, because I did really love the Pakistani pace that was there initially, but I'm expecting teams to be a little more cautious. It's the first game of the third week. They know how important that third week is, so caution, they understand, will pay off, and it all comes back to the conversation we were having, Fixes, which is about the fact that you want a good start, which is why we might see a little bit of nervousness, edginess here and there, but really it's like a tinder fire waiting to happen. One spark will just result in a massive blaze.
Oh yeah, and we're just waiting for that, right? Someone to just pop off, except SALTxi8 though, because they've already managed to accrue so much points here that I don't even think if they miss out on this third Super Weekend, it would hurt their cause, because I think they're still gonna be somewhere around the top 5, let's be honest, but that sort of gives them that room and freedoms, right? Because now they know that they've done the job. There's no extra position prize pool, ladies and gentlemen. Just a clarification. Everyone's gonna get 2,64,000 Pakistani rupees to make it into the final. So the consideration is sort of out over here. So now the teams are all gonna just practice and play to get as much kills that they can get. Try and take as much map control that they could get for themselves. But talking about this particular map, again a default Gatka circle where Magnus find themselves at the center of all the action. So what do you think? What do you think the course of action for Magnus should be in this particular game, considering the fact that they know they're the ones around the centers, and it sort of opens up high possible chances for the other teams to strike at them?
Yeah, most definitely. And coming back to the conversation we were talking about, I think for SALTxi8, Week 3 is going to be a completely different competition. I'm sure they've had the discussion between themselves, like, bro, I want MVP.
Oh.
So it's the MVP battle between each other, So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of KSs here from teammates here and there as they all try to capture up to Crypto.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting, because I really am going to root for reviews, right? Because the other 3 players have made it. We did see Blade and Crypto in the battles for the top spot. Uzim has caught up really well. It's just reviews who initially missed out a few games, I think, is now a part of their roster. And ever since, I think we do get to see that extra aggression in their lineup. Feels as if, he was just meant for SALTxi8. But as we take a look at Quraysh Esports, now what do you have to say about this team, right? Romeo, Bilal, Adi, and Sardarji, because it's interesting to see that Money, however, is not playing. So Sardarji coming in as a substitute now. It's going to be so crucial for Quraysh, because they've made such a huge change. Money, who was one of the players that was really getting the job done for them, is no more with them, at least in the first game. I do not know if he's going to return for the second, but what I do know is my wish has been fulfilled. Someone has taken it up to the skies, as Harry is still struggling with the takeoff. But what do you think? How does it end here?
It might end in disaster unless he's able to get a little more flight. Seems good though. Air control says it's all good. No traffic in the area. But they might just find themselves at the hands of Clarity if they take it too far. And Harry's just having a good time, which is going to result in a crash. Okay, he survives.
At least he's alive. At least he's alive. And I really thought it's just gonna hit the radio tower there, and things could get upright messy. But this is what I was talking about. See, if you take a look at the map feed, FMR3D are closing in. So are the players of H2E. So we might get to see some Mexican standoff right from the very get-go.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And this is what I was talking about. Like, it's not like these teams are just going to give up ground for free, right? They are going to be cautious, but by nature they can't help but try to be the kings in the lobby, really. And I think that's where that single spark is going to come through. And that Mexican standoff, it's all about which team takes that first fight. Now, I'm really curious to see FMxR3D in there. I think something that has ailed them over the last week has been a lack of conviction almost, because you have to remember, this is a team that we were all looking forward to seeing, because we know they have talent, and I feel like that's why they just need to get their confidence back, maybe even make an aggressive move or two just to make it happen.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, it's all about the teamwork, the right decisions. Because with FMR3D, they've been abysmal, right? You've seen they get one knock, and even if they do not have any knock, they still do not hesitate from trying to push in. I think they've learned the lessons the hard way, as now you know it's elimination on the line. And who would have thought an invited team from PMPL Season 4 is suddenly on the verge of missing out on the PMPL Pakistan's spring season this time, as TUF are in a kerfuffle with TmwEsports, as TmwEsports not really able to steer off his vehicle, just gets caught over there, and Joker shall punish him. Now this is where timings really do come into play, as Edgar, he's got his eyes on the other players of Clarity, as he's gonna go after Zibyan and 420 Boy. Now what I'm really hoping for is that he dishes out some substantial amount of damage, at least to their vehicles, as Clarity already you can see the distress coming right at Zibyan's face. And losing out your IGL right from the very start, I mean, not good omens.
Yeah, exactly. Not looking good whatsoever. But hopefully he'll be able to hold it together and hold his team together at the same time. We'll have to see what they are able to do to get out. Now, talking about getting out, we can see SALTxi8 getting out of Sosnovka Island. Should be looking to push in further. SALTxi8 rarely the team that waits at the bridge for someone else to come over. They want that center control, and with the circle having taken somewhat of a sudden shift to fixes, it does look like that center area, especially around Gatka, is going to be quite crucial.
Oh, it certainly is. Now, for TMW, I'm pretty sure they did hear the gunshots, and I do not understand why they still decided to go through this particular bridge. A few of their friends have managed to pass by, but Marlega, he's caught in a really bad situation. But at least good for him. He's still alive, he's still breathing, as it would get better if he could get his hands on Groza. But the players of TUF, look at how well synchronized they are. Edgar is looking out for the other, or the remainder of the pack of TMW that just passed away, who do not mean any harm. They just wanted to get inside the circle. They've done that. It's just that Marlega is stuck all by his lonesome. Now this is where even TUF, they've got to make an important decision. When do they start rotating, or are they just going to be playing from the edges, as we do have one of those fights brewing right in front of us. It's going to be Team Star going up against H2E, a contestation for these important Gatka hills.
Oh yeah, and look at this. These hills, they have these nifty ridges, the way Destroyer's using, which means you can keep control of high ground without really playing in that exposed high ground area, but it's quite dangerous what Destroyer is doing right now. So far, no team looking to punish him. Star just getting out of there, focused on the rotations, focused on getting a key part of the circle to themselves, and you've got that heavy congestion all the way around Gatka. Now, SALTxi8, they position themselves just towards the north of Very Pure under all of this congestion fixes. It's almost like they're waiting for the chaos to begin, like waiting for one team to take the shot just so they can capitalize.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's going to be so important, right? Right now, silence has to be the key for all these teams. Stealth, should be the right word, because again, now you're in the center, right? Now if you start taking a lot of fights, you kind of are putting yourself in a very difficult position, right, to get third partied. And that is something that we have seen so often happening in this lobby, particularly as SALTxi8 right on their first rotation over here, just beside the forest compounds, as the other teams, H2E, are the ones who are holding on to the center, with of course the second circle shift. TUF have finally decided to make their move, and Clarity, well, they've got their losses. They are looking at positive things, but not like this. But finally getting to see some cover fire coming in to play, as Wasi could just backstab at least two of the players of Clarity if Zibyan does not spot him out here.
Oh, and look at this. Asi in a very, very spicy position. Still trying to set up his crosshair and not going to take the shots yet. Being quite patient. And might find a lonely 420 boy right here. He's quite separated from his teammates, Fixes. And we've seen this from 420 boy before, which is why I'm scared him getting caught out and getting knocked and finished, you know. So I hope he gets on out there safely.
I hope to. I really hope he does. But for now, Thug having spotted out the players of TMW will be peppering down a few bullets at their direction. But another quite an obvious split. We do have the gut cut trenches this time being there as the center, and Magnus have made sure that they're available. Now Magnus. Now the question still arises: can they repeat what they did in the first league play days, right? If you remember, the first chicken dinner of PMPL Pakistan Spring 22 belonged to Magnus. Now this is their game to lose. All they've got to do is play their cards right.
Yeah, exactly. And in doing so, they've got to also try and make sure that they're able to build on this and not get caught out, because something we saw recurring in Super Weekend 2 was the team in the center, the team the circle favored, would get punished again and again. And I feel like teams are getting so good at capitalizing on complacency almost, because when your team in the center, the circle is favoring you, you might turn off for a second here or there. You might not always be as aware as when you are in the open, and teams have learned how to really punish teams if they do that. So I want to see how teams that do the circle do favor can translate that into a lot more value, maybe even get a chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, I mean that is the goal for all these players, as MetershotxSKY wanting to get the better out of SALTxi8 finally, so find themselves surrounded, but a little bit of an overextension coming in from Uzum. He's bound to lose his life, caught right out in the open. Crypto needs to do what he does best, that is provide that cover fire, at least stop the players from MetershotxSKY trying to get in, as Ash already first target for King Crypto has been picked up, and surely he's gonna get finished off, right? There's no chance on earth that they could save him. But for Uzum, Reviews is gonna make that hasty move, right? Try and save the captain. As Crypto, he's still gotta do some heavy lifting over here.
Oh, look at this. Crypto trying to go for the full wrap around while Blade just tries to be the distraction. Now Blade, his position has been known. The nade will come towards him, but doesn't do knockoff damage. He's able to set up a smoke and just hold on, and he's done his job. He's created a distraction that has allowed his teammate to get back to his feet. And now SALTxi8, they will get the heal on, focus, regroup, and try to slam back on MetershotxSKY, with Uzum being once again the man to lead the charge, going full on him and gets spotted out by Kian. Or is it the vice versa? He spots out Kian, and this is now SALTxi8 making their move to slam down on MetershotxSKY.
Wow. This is just perfection, yeah. I mean, I do not know what to say. It was so well orchestrated by the players of SALTxi8, as if it felt like the Uzum knock was clearly well planned, right? I must say, into baiting the players of MetershotxSKY. Of course, we did see they got a little bit over eager there, I must say, especially Ash, knowing that Crypto is going to provide cover fire from behind, still went on and got knocked out. And that is where we saw brilliance from Uzum again, just traveling around with his buggy, trying to give the exact coordinates of where the players are stationed, as we finally do get to see that curveball that we talk about, the radical shift, as you like to say, CA, because now things are changing. Now this is where SALTxi8 have finally decided to take the center, and that I must say is a really good decision. But 52x Rage and Quraysh Esports in real close contestation to each other. Let's see what happens.
Quraysh potentially in a bit of trouble right now because they are the ones on the bottom of this hill, 52x Rage with the high ground advantage. Where again, we've seen 52x Rage drop the ball from these favorable positions. So honestly, anything could happen, especially with that spark being lit now and the fire starting across multiple fronts. We've got engagement after engagement as teams try to get into this tiny circle in a tight lobby. And in this circle, again, we've got Magnus and Star in the smack bang middle, and Magnus trying to aggress onto Star, take that center control all for themselves. If they're able to do it, Fixes, this will be a huge win.
Oh, it certainly will be, and as Magnus are fighting with life and death, they've managed to get some early knocks over here, but still Kaido trying to do as best as he possibly can, going after Zyro. Jade does manage to get the second knock as well. You know, Magnus have always specialized in this particular compound. If you remember the past few days, even the players of Team Star, they're also really well contested, but Magnus just seem to find themselves a notch above, a cut above the rest as they wipe out the entirety of Team Star. Now, this is some very good vitals coming out from this team. It was so well organized here again, but now SALTxi8, this has been one of those little nicky problems with them. They kind of tend to, once they start feeling themselves, no stopping them, right? But always do get caught off guard. While traversing has been the same today as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess they're the one team that can afford it, so I'll give it to them. But right now, in that regard, you can see teams who are not able to afford it in the middle of that pack. Magnus, though, very well done to get that fight win and really crucially take that center compound all for themselves. It's going to give them so much ground to third-party fights on now, which are going to start erupting, Fixes. Because as you can see on the screen itself, you've got Freestyle taking over high ground control, where Clarity has a couple of players there. Team Ground is right nearby, SALTxi8 right nearby with their lone player, and it's really just a haystack ready to go up in a huge ball of flame the minute you see a spark.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, considering now it's all hell breaking loose, all these teams are going to be trying to get their way inside the circle, and SALTxi8 one after the other, just that one squad elimination is all they could get, because again, it becomes so important right now. They sort of engaged in a fight that they were not supposed to take. Now that sort of spoiled their rotation inside the circle, and you could clearly see, right, the moment the circle took a hard shift, they instantly decided to make it to the center, which was already being well defended by the other teams out there, and had to, you know, kind of see the ugly face of things, and clearly did not work out for them. As we take a look at the next circle shift, it will go towards the west, where 52x Rage, we were just talking about them, and maybe they just could get this one home, because you could clearly see that little bit of a narrow roadway, but they've got a very good ridge to defend themselves, a very good map control where they can isolate the other teams, keep everyone at the other side, and enjoy the fruits of their labor, as they've certainly earned it. As we do see the Grounders again coming back in the third week, how do you think this team's going to perform?
I think the team will be bouncing back very strong. We've seen some great resilience from them in Super Weekend 1, and I hope it translates here. But talking about resilience, I'm actually noticing TmW Fixes on the edge of the compound. They got 2 knocks. They're currently stuck between 2 areas, and one of those is what this team is seeing on our screen, which is XGeneration. Now, XGeneration trying to make their move. They're going to walk into the crosshairs of TmW and then 52x Rage. It's not an easy path for XGeneration, but they're willing to take it. They're trying to go to fire.
Oh yeah, they certainly are. As we take a look at a few replays, as we do have the Grounders finally breaking the silence over here. They're going after a certain spot, but you can clearly see FMxR3D off to a flying colorful start. As we also do take a look at Clarity, the boys finding SALTxi8 off guard, as Shapatar is still going to continue hammering down all those bullets, as at Freestyle's direction, as he's found his mark. He's managed to get one of those players knocked. As Drawlin, he's been spotted out as well by Kurama. FMxR3D approaching really nearby, as it was all in tatters for them. They get wiped out, and again alarming signs for them, as it's just gunshots flying left, right and center, just bodies dropping down like flies here.
Yeah, exactly. That spark has come through, and every single team is now trying to get a taste of the flame. Team Grounders downing a player from FMxR3D as 52x Rage set their sights on TmW. Now, we were talking about TmW earlier. They were stuck towards the middle of XGeneration and 52x Rage. And XGeneration, they've made their makers as they tried to make the rotation happen. And it seems like the fate will be shared by TMW. But a key nade from Reaper. You go towards the center of the circle and the southern part. We've got fights erupting with a freestyle. Zibian! Just looking between the smokes, but oh my god, he's not able to pull it out. Vasi almost just putting on his dancing shoes to pull off that fight.
Oh, for sure, for sure. You've got to give comments. It's so difficult to sort of figure out, who's hiding there, and in situations like that. But TUF again, ready for finishes. I'm pretty sure they would be intending to rack up a few more, just recollecting their supplies. Getting a few ammunition, a few grenades, and a few first aids to work around with. As the circle takes yet another shift, and H2E find themselves in a really promising position. As Mom2. Well, he gets knocked off, but Joker trying to decapitate the players over there, just flattening out the tires, causing more trouble. But this is good movement from TUF up until the point. Wasi's flank from this angle could particularly be a little bit deadly, but he's still got to keep watch at the grounders because they're going to be a constant trouble for this young lad.
Oh, they most certainly are now. Faster trying to make the moves happen faster is under threat by Team Grounders. We've got Sensei and Parama just looking for those opportunities now. Similarly to UF, that resurgent team through the week 2, now continuing their form fixes. You can see it's them in freestyle at the top of the winner chicken dinner forecast, and they want to whittle down their opposition, landing a few key shots onto freestyle and making them really feel stuck and suffocated. It's going to be H2E though who finds the knock onto freestyle. TUM getting some help here.
Oh yeah, but still Wasi trying to hold the flank, making sure that the grounders do not walk away too far. But Shapatar is also going to do exactly the same, playing the sacrificial lamb from the backlines. He's ensuring that his teammates find some good cover. Well, now from one troublesome situation to the other, as TUF will build the coffins for freestyle over there, get the final elimination done. But the grounders, how do they survive over here?
Oh my god. They're stuck in an impossible situation. Fixes right behind their car with the help of some nifty smokes, but Molotov into Dread doesn't land. If that landed, maybe they can go for the rush in, take that small compound Dread has, but I think they're worried about more than Dread, the team right behind Dread, which is 52x Rage, knowing that if they try to make a move onto Dread, 52x Rage will likely try to third party and capitalize.
Yeah, that's going to be so interesting over here because, 52x Rage, they're not going to be making any hasty movements for sure, right? They are a two-man squad. Had there been a full wholesome unit, I'm pretty sure they would have already pushed onto it straight because that's one of those chances that you're not willing to take. And why would you? Because you never know how many are in there. As Cairo almost getting taken down. Did manage to dish some massive amount of damage as TUF getting a little bit late inside the circle, have suffered a few knocks, but still not out of the competition though, as Faster, he's just going to be peppering down all those bullets one after the other. I do not know if it's connecting because all I can feel is it's sort of hitting to maybe a vehicle or maybe some rocky cover over there, as we do finally have just 5 teams, 13 players alive, everyone eyeing out for the chicken. Let's see who wins it all.
Yeah, and with the way it is positioned, it does look like most likely it is going to be TUF maybe once again continuing their form and picking up a chicken dinner, because every other team in the lobby right now is towards that northern side. They're all under pressure from each other. It's only Magnus in a somewhat clear spot now. Team Grounders trying to increase that pressure on that lone standing team in TUF. They spot out Edgar. What a beautiful knock by Shapatar.
Oh yeah, and so well organized though, as Darkwas finally managed to get the better out of Dread, as H2E have finally fallen. 52x Rage, they've done a lot and they could bargain for. Here comes the push from the Grounders, but you can clearly see the circle sort of shifting, so they've got to be very careful. More 52x Rage over there, because they need to make a movement inside the circle, as the Grounders, they will have to crawl their way in through, but Virus certainly has no intentions of letting that happen.
Oh, what a beautiful nade here from Faster. He's got Shapatar stuck and the spray coming in from Thor. He will be like, thank you very much, 52x Rage. I'll back that one for us. Just like that, TUF with yet another elimination. continuing to put forward. As faster, he gets redemption this time around, finishes off the lone standing member of Team Grounders, as well as his teammate finding a knock onto Thor, making him pay for that kill steal.
Oh, now it's getting down to the final 3 teams here as Adil has managed to find that knock, a very crucial one at that, onto its faster, as Daku is the last surviving hope for 52x Rage, as he's got a lot of job to do over there, but still managed to get a single knock. But a little bit over eager, gets punished for that, as 52x Rage, they've also been wiped out from the lobby. Now it comes down to a 3v3 fight, right? Magnus and TUF, considering the next circle shift, we will have a quite a clear picture, because look at the zone. It's right out in the open, just a few rocks to provide some cover to these teams, as Edgar, he's also managed to get himself back on. Joker will get that for him, but Adele and Momtu, the various flanks that they've created, and Cairo providing support from the backlines, clearly the zone has indeed favored none, right? It's somewhere around the center. Both these teams have to make a move, and it's going to be so exciting, and it has to come down to the fact that who gets the first knock. And I have a feeling in my gut it is going to be the players of Magnus, as Adil, there you go, this flank really working out well for him, as he's going to continue that spray on, and Joker seems to have been spotted out as well. It comes down to Thor and Virus in a 2v3 now.
Oh, Virus does get spotted out by Momtu though. A crucial knock coming in from Magnus, as now they can make the move happen. Cairo leading that exact charge, and Magnus will find the winner chicken dinner. It's a team we talked about today, Sixes. It's a team we wanted to see that stamp from of authority, really, that they are here to play, and it's the team that gives us that 11 eliminations chicken dinner. A great one to start off with.
Oh yeah, I mean, no doubt whatsoever, because you talked about Team Magnus. I mean, this was sort of coming, right? This sort of a consistency, you've been blessed with the circle that favors where you land, where you drop. It was a game that they should have won, and they did, right? No second thoughts at that. But what really came down over here to be the boiling or the tipping point in this particular game was the final circle shift. Now, Freestyle, well, they did lose out on one of those players. One of them was knocked. So by the time they dropped those few smokes up and they went in for the res, Magnus were really clever in that particular scenario, rather formed a very interesting flank from the left, from the right, the diversion really helping their players, getting those initial few knocks, and it was a 4v3. They still managed to turn the tides around and get a chicken dinner from them for themselves, and what a start it has been for Magnus. And I think with a single chicken dinner, all they need is one more to kind of say we're done for this league play day, and the next few games we're just gonna go YOLO.
I mean, we're done for the league play days and somewhat for the Super Weekend too, you know, because this is a team that has made 2 Super Weekends. They just need to give like a mediocre performance in the next 2, make sure they get to the finals. But I'm sure they'll want to see more than that, and we do too, but all of that after a small break.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Sunset orange is what they call this orange color of the Oppo F21 Pro. My eyes are getting stuck over there, and it's so difficult, right? You've such an interesting game to cast. Now you've got to analyze, and then suddenly you see this beautiful phone that is going to be releasing on the 11th of April, ladies and gentlemen. Do not forget, you know, if you want the winner chicken dinners, if you want us to be casting you guys at the biggest stage of them all, you know which phone to get, right? No second thoughts at that. But yeah, finally coming back to this game. See, I think it was some early game silence. You know, all these teams were just minding their own business, rotating around, but it all got really messy just after the 4th circle shift. What do you have got to say on that?
Oh, most certainly, and that mess was the most well capitalized by this particular player. We've got the MVP prize going on to Adil, very well deserved, and the way you explained it really caps it off, which is the fact that we saw him maneuver around that final circle so well, creating that extra space almost for his team, allowing them to very clinically grab that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think their decision making towards the end circles were perfect, right? They were not, kind of stepping on the gun. They were not getting over eager. They were being very calm, very composed, waiting for their time to come. They knew that they could do it, and all they had to do was just wait for all the other teams to fight it out. And Adil, again, one of those players, we have seen him for quite a long time in the PMPL scene. He's an old dog of this region, and he's made sure that finally gets some credit for that, and a very well earned MVP for him. But along with that, Virus has shown some really promising signs as well. But 52x Rage, I think they did pretty good this time, especially with Faster and those 3 elimination points for himself.
Oh, most certainly. 52x Rage really stepping up, and Faster, unfortunately, losing a couple of eliminations along the way too. So he's going to be thinking, man, I could have done so much more. But that's why you've got the entire league stage left, and it's quite a bright start, I would say, Fixes, to see in this stats comparison. We've got two teams that, if you look back towards the end of week 1, were looking somewhat mediocre. It's really nice to see that rise coming in, especially from TUF, man. The way they've displayed themselves throughout the Super Weekend, now coming into week 3, they are really looking like a team on a huge rise.
I think they're just radiating confidence, right?
Yeah.
Every single fight, you could see them. They knew their roles, right? They knew exactly what to do, exactly how to sort of handle this particular situation, who's got to watch which direction. Everything was just bang on perfect. And so were the players of Magnus Esports, two different styles of approach, we must say. TUF engaging into battles early on, preferring to travel through the edges, and Magnus Esports just made sure they held on to the circle. They were around that trench when the circle kind of shifted there. Then with the curveball, they also adapted really well and were quite decisive in what they wanted to do. As a result, have earned themselves this very valuable chicken, the most important chicken, I must say, because if you start off on a good note, it's highly likely that you end off also on a good note, which well, Magnus haven't really done so, but maybe third times could be a charm for them. As we take a look at the match summary, I mean, pretty much evident, all visible in front of you, nothing much to talk about. However, what I'm really interested is in the match ranking. So tell me something, what really surprised you, what really was obvious this time?
I think what really did surprise me is that simple fact that we're seeing teams like Quraysh, like teams like even, I would say, MetershotxSKY getting caught off towards the end. These are teams that we're seeing a lot more resurgent performances from. But I am quite happy. TMW, 6 points picked up. Not the greatest, but much better as compared to what we were seeing them before, where they were really lacking the conviction with their drops, their rotations, their real fights itself. So nice to see them off to a decent start.
Yeah, of course. I was just actually gonna come there because, even in the Super Weekend, it took them so many matches to finally come on board, right? Finally get that chicken dinner. And right off the very start, 6 points is something that I'd take any day if I were TMW right now. Again, a very good way to start things off as we take a look, ladies and gentlemen, at Magnus Esports' part to the circle, which is not too much. They just have been, traveling around Gatka areas, right? And they know the nooks and crannies of the entire region. They know where the smallest of ridges are. They know where to expect the enemies. All they had to do was just keeping on completing the puzzle. And once they did, look at this, the compound control that they took. It was so nice. They had proper cover built around. The spread was so very amazing. As a result, did not have any trouble getting this chicken dinner.
Yeah, most definitely not. And just like that, I think Magnus, if you look back to week 1, right, they got the chicken dinner in their very first game, and it looked like they were going to go strong. They got another in the third, I believe. So really a team that is capable of building on performances like this, and we'll have to see if that does end up resulting in actual success. But for now, I think what we can talk about is the fact that coming into week 3, we haven't really seen any shake-up yet from any particular team. We are seeing a lot more of the standard drops, standard rotations. I'm just curious to see when the contests start coming in, you know, maybe some deliberate targeting of your key opposition.
You were so very open about it. I just want teams to target and then get done with it. No subtle ways to describe this, is it though? But yeah, I think to really speak about it, I think we're gonna see more of that happening tomorrow, because tomorrow is the day, the judgment day, whatever you might call it. Because for now, teams are just gonna rely on their own tactics. They're not gonna need any external help over here. And we haven't really seen, right? Pakistani region is quite famous for teams just spotting each other and just going after them. Just this one little fight. MetershotxSKY overextending, underestimating the players of SALTxi8, got hammered down by them. But this is again one of those very important and crucial fights for Magnus. And we've also seen this erupting in the past, where I believe it was Star who got onto the positive side of things. But this time, Magnus was so very well prepared here.
Yeah, exactly. And this time it really did feel like Magnus were in a position where they were not really second guessing themselves either, quite confident in how they wanted to approach it. You saw that in that final fight as well, and quite simply using the advantage that they did have through the circle coming in, but really an advantage created by them in that regard, because when you look back all the way to the middle part of the circle, the way they chased Star out, the way they took that fight was the reason they got set up towards the later part in the first place.
Yeah, I think, them not having to move much around, them knowing the proper areas, them sort of anticipating that circle shift, they had a little bit of a ridge, if you can see, to capitalize. And they were very well, I mean, they did have really good headphones, right? They knew the exact positions of where the opponents were after just hearing those gunshots in the far off distance, and understanding that, and then making the necessary actions to back it up with is the reason why Magnus successfully managed to get the chicken dinner with 2074 points of damage. Now that is huge, and 11 finishes also. I think this is the start that Magnus also showed us in the past, ladies and gentlemen. But the biggest question is, are they going to keep on carrying with this up? Can they build up a momentum for themselves, or is it just a one match show and then they're just going to fall down?
And that's the biggest question, really. And if they do end up building the momentum, they look quite strong going into the Super Weekend, irrespective of what we've seen in the first 2 weeks. But on that regard, props to be given to 52x Rage as well. A 2k plus damage game, 7 eliminations, third place finish, not bad at all. And really, I think that's where we're going to, it's going to be either like amazing performances or more towards
big questions were put at them, but I think we did see the first half. The second half, I think, is not necessary for now, because pretty much all the teams kind of messed up over there, barring SALTxi8, just those few 4 points, and that's just about it. And this is something that they can really afford, as now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the teams from Group E to come in, who were sitting the first one out, and D group teams will be sitting the second map over here. That is going to be Miramar. So quite interestingly, of course, the teams that are not going to be playing, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be QWERTY, MetershotxSKY, XGeneration, and Magnus Esports. So they did manage to get a chicken dinner. Now they're just going to go back and chill and watch all these teams fight it out amongst each other. As we take a look at the map chance here, it's again favored for MetershotxSKY.
Yeah, quite balanced though in that regard, because we've seen very little of Miramar in at least in the recent times. But like you said, MetershotxSKY have been a team that really stands apart. But another team that is, man, really just everywhere I look, I see TUF coming on out there. Miramar as well. They're a team that is quite strong, and with that resurgent rise, they got number 2 in the first game. Maybe they get number 1 in the second.
Maybe you never know. And with MetershotxSKY, well, let's see how they perform this one out, because we've seen them. They seem to have conquered Erangel. It was just that very bad decision from their side to kind of go after SALTxi8 over there. And why would you not, especially when if you've caught one of the big fishes out from the sea, right? So you're gonna definitely go and make sure that you grapple the hook, make sure the kill is delivered to you. But the other sharks in the lake had some other plans in their mind, as we do see all these players in their most desired playing postures. And we've clearly raised a lot of questions around that. Had a discussion, a little bit of a, how do you call it, a debate on what the right posture should be. And Lakshay had a very honest opinion, right? He was like, even whatever your posture may be, after a few games, maybe 2 or 3, just go out there and walk it off, and you're gonna feel way better. As we tend to go on with the flight path trajectory, CA, what is your take on the sitting postures of all our players out here?
I mean, I really like gaming chairs, so if I get me a gaming chair, I'm just gonna relax on that and take it up. Like Blotter really said, as long as you're getting up every 20-30 minutes, every 2 games even, you're able to get back into a nice groove. And especially, it's all about, I think for me, not overtasking any particular muscle as much as you can. But talking about overtasking right now, we get into Miramar fixes. A lot of the teams are going to be under the task to make something happen. 3x especially, they've just sort of disappeared ever since week 2, and they've got to prove that it's not getting worse.
Oh yeah, I mean, for 3x it's so important, right? One of the underdogs coming into this tournament. Were really hyped up about them, and clearly haven't stood up to our expectations, to all the fans. But yeah, I think we've got to cut some slack on these lads. It's the first time they're making it so far as this circle. Wow, it gets more interesting than ever. Now, sort of throws me into wondering, where is it going to end? We've seen the circle some end at the northwestern side of Los Leones. We've seen the circle also going all the way down south to where the players of Quantum Rage are. And there have been occasions where it kind of goes to the dead smack center, just on towards the southern hills of Picado. So it's going to be interesting as to how teams' approaches would be, as the grounders find themselves a little bit of a room and space to breathe around, because QWERTY, hey, they're not going to be playing this game, so they will not have any unfriendly neighbors around them. They can do their job, they can mind their own business, and then after their loot is over, they can start rotating inside the circle.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, I think that's the exact approach we're going to see from almost every single team. I doubt there's an outlier out there who really wants to get hot and spicy quite early. It's still quite nervousness from the teams in all that regard. But noticing the map fixes, I do see 3x in a 1-3 split. It's quite adventurous, to say the least, I would say, because if that player gets caught out by Regicide, the team we're seeing on our screen, it is Cronus, actually, that player. It's just going to get worse for 3x, but maybe the gamble pays off. And this 1-3 split actually results in something positive for them that gives them the boost.
Oh, if you're quite optimistic, maybe.
Maybe.
Nocta just not having a better scope on his weapon could be the living grace for Cronus, as he finally understood that he's getting shot at. He needs to find some decent cover, which I believe he's done as he's trying to move around. But hold on, the cavalry is here. Now 3x Esports, maybe Cronus might just find himself in a much more dire situation than he already was, because Voltrox, he's already formed a flank and will somewhat sooner or later spot out the exact whereabouts of where Cronus is located. Now the big question is, does Cronus have enough weaponry on him? Does he have enough ammunitions to try and contest this out? Yes, he does. He's getting shot at, but WarthogSKY making it really up close and personal. With just a vector in hand, he's got to reload it before Warthog chimes in. As he's still going to try and take a fight, he's going to reload, but from the back lines, it is going to be insane who manages to knock him out, and that's going to be a very easy finish. And the first blood drawn for Regicide, who really love their Miramar game.
Yeah, exactly. Regicide, like you were talking about, they really do love this map, and they get a great start for them. Hand delivered by Cronus with a nifty bow on top. You know, again, this is what I was talking about. There's no need for him, I think, to be the adventurous, to try and go spot people out on his own, because what 3X really need is consistency. They can't afford to miss yet another super weekend fixes.
Oh yeah, they certainly can't. You know, that would be basically the end. Now, once you're forming a new team, you've picked up quite some interesting prospects out there. You've got boys like Voltrox, Insane. We also have seen a lot out of Johnny as well, who's sort of missing in this first map. But ever since Nocto came back to the roster, I think the boys have been looking really great, right? They were up until second week happened. And Vaz, haven't really seen or heard much about him. Have you though?
Yeah, me neither. I think, like, really, we haven't seen great performances from them in any regard. But we've seen players in that way being able to step up to the mark and randomly come out of nowhere and just make us remember them, you know. So maybe the player can do the exact same. Either ways, we will find out. Right now, I am noticing most of the teams that focus around the hill ranges have already taken those high ground. Or if not, they are in that urban area like Team Grounders are right now, just holding on to their compounds, waiting for someone to come in. And in that way, Team Grounders might get their wish. I see TMW strolling in from Hacienda del Patron.
Oh, now TMW, they were off to a very good start in the first game of Erangel, and they sort of have to continue on with this one. And with 3X Esports, we know typically what they're up to, right? They tend to drop off and then just instantly head towards what do you call that, San Martin Hills. But this time it was a different case, as they've kind of went to Picado Hills, and quite understandably. Why? Because yeah, the Grounders and QWERTY are not fighting it out like cats and dogs, so it's the perfect chance to try and look out for some other prey, which possibly could be Team Freestyle. But I think these are the boys who are also on the move.
Yeah, on the move right now. Freestyle in a 2-2 split fixes. So a couple of people towards those La Bendita mountains, and you see Vasi with another towards those middle area around Picado and Los Leones. So quite interesting. Again, teams electing to make this aggressive move. These are the kind of experimental things that I don't really mind. Like we saw that substitution come out for Quraysh, for example. I get the idea behind trying it. This game though, I want to see teams be able to actually execute on that idea and make it happen and get some success out of it. Either ways, we'll find out real soon which way the circle does go and who it favors. And I have this sneaky feeling, fixes, that it's going to go back north towards San Martin maybe. What do you think?
Towards San Martin? I mean, just hold on a second. I don't think so. I don't think so. It's somewhere, I mean, destined to go towards Los Leones. I really have this feeling it's gonna end there, or maybe Chumacera, right? It's been a while we've last seen ourselves casting the Chumacera circle. There was a certain point, I believe, during the World League, which happened almost 2 years back. That is the time when we used to get to see a lot of Chuma and a lot of Monte Nuevo circles, which has sort of reduced gradually over passing time. We're getting to see a lot of these southern circles. I'm sort of missing those El Pozo circles as well. You know, a lot of northwestern regions have sort of been omitted. I do not know how the algorithm works though. How is it all set? But what I do know, CA, is North Esports in the nearby vicinity, and SALTxi8 know exactly what they're doing and where they are.
Oh, and it's quite
3 players.
Yeah, and it's on an edge, really, I would feel like, because you can see the way SALTxi8 are positioned. They're not really close enough to each other to immediately be able to rally around. So if North Esports make a precise coordinated maneuver, there is potential for them to catch SALTxi8 out, but then again, I'm talking about SALTxi8, man. It's very rare that teams do end up actually catching SALTxi8 out. They get themselves out of the most impossible of situations.
Oh yeah, I mean, this time one of those things that SALTxi8 really have to focus on. I think it is evident they're going to be a little bit on the controlling side. They're not going to just, go all out over here, considering they are missing out on reviews. I do not know what went wrong. If you could not make it to the lobby in time, well, as the old saying goes, time and tide waits for none. Or maybe it's just SALTxi8, right? They were like, Crypto, you're out of the competition. Let's just three of us handle it. We do have to find out who's the best amongst us. We've already qualified, so not a really alarming situation for SALTxi8, but just for the heck of it, we've got to put it over there.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, I would enjoy to see that battle, like you mentioned. Like, hey, Crypto, we're coming for you, man. We want that MVP, and I want to see how that battle does end up on out. Now, in that regard, they found themselves some prey, and it is freestyle right now, stuck in that situation. I think trying to get to that airdrop, they're going to quickly change their mind and get on out of there. But these shots fired by SALTxi8, they've attracted the attention of another team. TUF now trying to get into the picture, and maybe even 4v
Alright, I mean, Uzim taking these shots from so far, I'm pretty sure the shots, of course, do have that little bit of a suppression over there, and especially with Mini from this range, it's so difficult to really figure out where the shots are coming from. But I think considering these are professional players, they do have a slight idea as to where things are. But for FMR3D, it is such a downhill slope which they haven't yet recovered from. And this time it's going to be Pika who just moves out of a running vehicle and finds himself knocked out. I really want to see this situation because I'm pretty sure there must be a team or two, as I do take a look at the map feed. I'm not really able to find where the players of FMR3D are. Alright, they're at Minas Generalis, I think out of harm's way a bit. It was something that Pika did not expect. I'm pretty sure he's going to get the rest back up soon.
Yeah, and FMxR3D, just on that late rotation. Several teams trying to do the same. TmW is actually one that FMxR3D might catch. Could result in trouble for both of the teams who we have seen towards the ground. But Pika is actually going to get finished. Maybe those late rotations resulting in situations where the players are separated and they decided not to go for the knock through the blue zone. Quite weird.
It's just getting worse.
Yeah.
I mean, you're losing on your teammate so early into the game, and out of what? He just got knocked. Nobody went in there for the revive. I'm pretty sure he must have been caught in a precarious situation. If the production could bring on the replay, if we do have it, I'm pretty sure they would at some point. But for Team TUF, again, looking very well organized. Again, the little bit of a spread from their side, just playing around Chumasera. Nothing much to worry about. The eastern areas, just those tiny little hills. So again, a centralized approach, but quite some traffic from the northern side. 3x, the grounders, all nearby to each other, as TMW has decided to make a push at the direction of where 52x Rage are. Faster already revealing his position, will get knocked down by Khan, as Pharaoh, he's gonna make a standoff over here. Does have that little bit of a stare to walk around with, as Reaper does manage to friendly fire and burn his teammate out. As Pharaoh, he's gonna capitalize upon this chance, as he does not just get one but gets two along, and now it has certainly come down to a 1v1 situation. Where are the remainder of teammates of 52x Rage? Yes, they are here finally, but Harry stuck between a rock and a hard place, having nowhere to go. He needs to patch himself up, as Pharaoh, one after the other, he's just going to be confirming all the knocks over here, as he's going to go after Harry, but this time Harry gets the better out of him. But 52x Rage finally have made it to their teammates with due time and have managed to wipe out TmwEsports.
Yeah, quite simply done by 52x Rage, and now you see the circle making yet another southern shift right now. Fixes putting a lot of teams into trouble here, as we've got only 3 teams: Quantum Rage, Quraysh and Star sitting comfortably in the center of the circle. And talking about comfort right now, 52x Rage not in the greatest of places, but similarly North Esports and SALTxi8 as well, because they're still maintaining that stalemate that we saw a while ago.
The zone. See in the zone.
Yeah.
This is absurd. We just had a little bit of a talk about it, right? The circle shifting down to the southern side. Now look at the chaos that kind of follows up right now. Everyone just traversing with their vehicles. It's a hard go at it. Guys, chuck everything, stop it, and move. As H2E, well, Pan and Hacker, they have been knocked out. Now they've got to make a really hard choice over here. They've got to try and move away, cut their losses. But how do they do that? With FS right on their tails as Malik and Wasi, they're going to be advancing at 4BTFD's direction.
Oh, and look at this. Regicide trying to make the moves on H2E. Insane. He's going to drive by this apartment. Gonna move in, try to get these finishes in order, but just spots their head out and will finish them off in an instant. H2E is going to be our 15th team eliminated as Regicide are really on a roll. They've got a squad wipe under their shoulder. Their rotation as well into the circle has been confirmed. They've got the shoreline to themselves, so very little to worry about. But on the other hand, 4BTFD with everything to worry about as Freestyle moving in. Freestyle though, they've got to make quick work of this, otherwise the blue zone comes into play. And despite that, Freestyle, they trade that 1-for-1. They're taking a ton of damage, but it's effectively like mutual destruction for both of these teams, because surely now nobody will make it out.
Yeah, I mean, this is again one of those points where Freestyle did know what to do. They pushed on, but again, finding themselves also bearing a few casualties. That is something that they did not plan. And now it's the fourth circle that's going to be upon us. So Wasi and Black, they need to make sure they are at optimal HP as Leon stands at their way. One good grenade could change a lot of things as Black does not have any healings to work around and could be a free gift for Leon, but he's busy healing himself up. And Wasi, where does he go from here?
Where does he go indeed, Fixes? Right now, Wasi seemingly in a spot where the only way out is to somehow magically make himself a zombie, get up and get there. Of course, that's not going to happen. Leon OP will secure the finishers, 2 key points, but most likely will end up getting knocked quite so soon himself. Tyrant finishes off 4BTFD, but at what cost is the question? Because while Freestyle, they get 4 elimination points, this is the end of their match, most likely.
Yeah, I mean, just those 3 first aids is all they could save. Would have been better if a few of their teammates had it, but never mind. As North Esports, they're getting pushed at right now with Avenger already losing his life over here as Snow and Avenger still lie on the ground. As Zyro J just advances, but Zameen, he was just trying to jump around, try to maintain some stealth because of this little glitch that has been going on. But still, Stars just hunting them down as SALTxi8 and Clarity, the two stalwarts, finally collide.
SALTxi8 and Clarity engaged in a firefight right here, and Clarity trying to turn that into an explosive fight. The nade coming out to try and find Blade and Crypto, but it doesn't connect with either. SALTxi8 are the team right now with a quicker entrance to the circle as compared to Clarity, so they have the advantage of being able to wait to make that first move and force Clarity out into the open, which is where they are now. Clarity though, with Teen Wolf making the decision to just go for the rotate, ignore SALTxi8 altogether.
Oh yeah, I mean, for now they're looking at the bigger picture as Quraysh have charged in at 52x Rage's direction. Now they've managed to have had a decent start, and they've already collected 3 finish points for themselves, but how much deeper can they dig in? Quraysh Esports certainly a squad that has to be reckoned with, considering how they've been performing in the past, as now those grenades do come in, but Zen making sure that his connects as hasn't been able to dish out enough damage on Money, as he's managed to get that knock indeed, as well get the finish as Darji opens it up. And we were speculating as to where Money was. He is right back, but he's also gone back to the lobby.
Yeah, he's back and he's out. Just quite instantly. Quite unfortunate for him right there, but adding on to that misfortune, we've got SALTxi now from Quraysh trying to run down 52x Rage, but a little bit of whiff at the start allows for that trade from Faster. Now Faster, he's most certainly going to have to live up to his name to win this 1v1, playing around that haystacks. He certainly does. Faster is just too quick for Romeo. He finds that knock and finish, and now heal himself up as he looks to settle this once and for all between 52x Rage and Quraysh by finding Adi. Oh, and just like that fixes. 52x Rage off to a huge win. Faster still trying to survive, though the blue zone is collapsing on him. I wonder if he's gonna have enough time to get the revives. Yeah, looks like he will.
Oh, he certainly does. I mean, I was not really concerned about that, but clearly you could see 52x Rage. This is good signs from them, right? Even if they get eliminated early on, have already managed to accrue 7 points now, which is such a nice standing, especially for them, as now they are taking a lot of, putting a lot of focus on getting a good number of kills, and that is something really good from their side. I think it's going to ensure that they make it to the third super weekend. But look at this circle shift. This could be one of the games that TUF wins it if the next shift favors them. Look at that huge high ground that they do have, as Pika losing out on his life. FMxR3D have done decent enough to make this rotation, spotting out the players of 52x Rage. Will try to spray at their direction, but to no avail.
Extremely close right now. Insane trying to spot out Zen. Zen though able to get on to the edge of his life. Gets spotted out just as he exits the car and will get knocked out by Insane. Now Insane looking for Faster as well, but this time he actually is Faster with the vehicle, but so is Register. Insane's teammate will find that knock and eliminate 52x Rage out of the obby. Regicide really living up to that Miramar mark where we were talking about. Fixes 6 eliminations and still 4-man strong.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, they are absolutely on fire as Shaw gets wiped out, and the curse for FMxR3D just keeps on continuing. As for Regicide, it's a whole different story, as now Star, they have set their eyes on maybe Quantum Rage, another of those teams that we really have to look out for. They have been exceptionally amazing considering how they've performed over in the super weekends, but Team Star, I think we're looking at a really confident side over here with a lot to prove.
Oh, 100% really. I think Star are not going to be happy with the way they got chased out at the center of the circle in our first very match, and they're going to be hungry and desiring to change up that real quick. Now we've got Grounders actually eliminated once again by Regicide, who just lost one player, so Regicide on top of the table right now. 8 points. The way they're taking these fights, 2 fixes, it's so well controlled, and they might find yet another piece of chunk right here with SALTxi8 stuck in the middle of them. One player already knocked. Uzum, it's down to him to make some moves, but he's stuck in the open. Surely got video.
Yeah, I mean, SALTxi8, they did all they could, right? These constant zone rotations, but Team Regicide, they still have one of the players knocked out, finally getting back up. As IQ, he's gonna keep on continuing his prey as he does find the better out of Rollin, a headshot connecting in the last few moments, and that is one of the reasons why CA teams love to play Scarlet even in Miramar. Now, considering this particular circle shift, you could clearly see a few of the teams that are on the southern side to have a little bit of an advantage, but for now, Star, they have to get inside the circle, but with Quantum Rage and Clarity keeping an eye on them, it's going to be difficult as IQ, he's just going to be peppering down 2 bullets at Virus's direction as 420 boy does meet his maker, and it will be in the form of Joker, sir.
Yeah, now look at this. TmwEsports likely to follow in that same path. Still surviving. IQ not able to finish it off. The blow up as well comes. Rollin trying to come to the save of his teammate, but Rollin ends up being debated by that player right there, by TmwEsports now trying to get back up and bring Rollin back. And it is just going to result in all of Clarity in that tiny chunk of an area. Very, very susceptible to a nade right now. Similarly though, Regicide trying to make moves in the open land. They're quite susceptible. Sirius takes a spray, but that's his downfall. Usama will find him and knock him out.
Oh yes, I mean Quantum Rage making a lot out of holding on to this compound. Quite not understanding why. as to Zyro J will open up at that particular position as Quantum Rage will finally wipe them out as they've had a few losses of their own. Will of course want to get serious back to optimum HP as they still need to move 35 meters inside the circle. Now for Sparky, it's going to be so important as to how he does that. But Team Clarity, you know, formerly known as Team Bablu, and like Ocean loved to say, they are the kings of Miramar. And they still have 3 of their players alive, just losing out on 420 OP. As Quantum Rage make a charge at their direction. Sparky already spreading out, capitalizing on those lower ridges, trying to collect as many utils and ammunition as he possibly can as the smoke walls are being built up. But it's going to be such an interesting engagement with Clarity and TUF watching every single movement with Regicide from the bottom side as that one grenade will cause so much damage over here.
Oh indeed, a single nade really almost immediately eliminating a team's chances, but not entirely. Still, in terms of the chicken dinner forecast, you can see with that lone player of 3x being eliminated, we've got Regicide and Quantum Rage really leading the charts, and with this circle shift, it's actually instead TUF. It goes to towards that western side. Again, this team in the picture, a team we talked about, but could be under pressure from Regicide right now as we've got Clarity and Quantum Rage in a fight to try and take eastern control, and most likely Regicide and TUF for that west.
Oh, Quantum Rage, what a precise finish over there. A little bit of help coming up from above TUF as they have capitalized on the high ground situation. And we did call it, and indeed it's all happening for us. But the major fight, the important fight for them will be against Regicide, who seem to be a full 4-man squads here.
Yeah, exactly. Regicide now trying to take advantage and push in on TUF. Haven't found a knock just yet, but they've got a player quite close. Thor. He's stuck behind in haystack trying to get himself out while Regicide wait for their foot to make that move in. Now that nade does a bit of damage towards Virus. The head spotted out by Regicide, but inside they get knocked. TUF returning the favor quite so promptly.
Oh, certainly, as this is the perfect cue for Quantum Rage to try and go in for a push, right? No one is looking at their direction as the entirety of the attention is sort of shifted towards Team Regicide as they're going to try and get their player back up. But it's going to be so important as to Team Regicide needs to find a break. They need to form a flank. They need to have different angles to play around with, because if they're going to fight head on, then it's basically done. At this point, you know, you're going to start anticipating the players of Quantum Rage trying to cause some trouble, as finally Voltrux does find that opening, gets that grenade knock onto its Thor as Sparky. This time he's gonna get a 1 out on Joker, who's gonna get finished off, and with that it is gonna be Regicide versus Quantum Rage, with Regicide having the advantage, a massive advantage to try and win this one out. But Quantum Rage hold on with 11 finishes. They still have a lot of fight left in them.
The weirdest part is if Regicide actually pick up this chicken dinner, the first 2 matches will become exactly what they were in week 1, day 1.
Oh yeah?
Match 1, Erangel Magnus win. Match 2, Miramar Regicide win. So it's almost like fate repeating itself, Fixes.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, and they did win it with all the 4 players also.
Yeah.
So that is again one of those things to consider. And this time the circle is way down onto towards the southern side. Last time I think it was somewhere around Minasha and Raleigh or the Junkyard region. But for now, with Sirius making such an interesting flank. Now this is exactly what was needed from Quantum Rage, considering they are limited on numbers. They do not have the potential to get even trades. They need to get the trade-offs in their favor, and this is where Sirius comes really handy. But you know, pushing as a whole net unit, finally Sirius coming out of his cover. He gets that 1 knock, but where's the trade fire? Where's the cover fire, as it is not present? But still Sparky trying to make sure that he gets the spray just right, as Regicide, the 2 other members, are going to be pushing it from a different side altogether. As Quantum Race, they're going to be collecting as many knocked finishes as possible, as Regicide will get the final blow, and with that will earn themselves the winner chicken dinner. And suddenly it feels as if it's all scripted over here. Every time it's Erangel Miramar. We had the first game, Magnus taking it home, and this time Regicide, they are back with a bang here.
Yeah, a 30-point game to boot, Fixes. We were talking about how with the return of Miramar, we might see the return of Regicide. And well, I think really, for me, like you asked me too, I think that surprising team might end up being them in this Super Weekend. Now, for them, it's all about building on this. One chicken dinner, it gets you one step to that Super Weekend, you get another, then you've got to go to the Super Weekend as well and build on that performance. So for teams like Regicide, there is no letting go, they just got to put the pedal to the metal.
Oh, they certainly have to. And this is such an astounding start for them, right? This is
Yeah.
exactly that they wanted. But for TUF, you've got to feel bad, right? Especially being pushed upon both the directions. And it happens. It happens. You have to expect. That's how interesting the game gets, right? But yeah, I mean, for Quantum Rage, nothing taken away from them. It was such a brilliant play. It all just came down to the fact that they did not have that extra one personnel. Had they had him, things could have been completely different, because Sirius had formed a very interesting flank angle, and had he been positively traded over there, again, it's speculations, right? And Regicide just playing it bang perfect, the way they should have played, and finally got the chicken dinner. We're going to talk more about this particular game that happened, but after this short little break.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Well, what an amazing Miramar here, Glotter. And really, coming back to that week 1 discussion, right now, the chicken dinner winners of week 1 day 1 are the exact same of week 3 day 1. So really, history repeating itself, maybe. What do you think?
Absolutely. I mean, when it comes to just that fact, absolutely history repeating itself. But alongside that, we would want previous history also to repeat for the side of these teams. For example, Regicide and FMxR3D, wherein they should be able to hopefully, get the opportunity and utilize them, as Regicide did so perfectly right now, right? To be a part of this third and final Super Weekend. That is what this League Play Day is all going to be about today and tomorrow. With that, as we move on through to the Miramar's MVP, it's going to be Voltrix again. I mean, you talk about the lad. He has had so much of experience in such incredible lineups that he's played with. And that's the reason why, again, I mean, Regicide, we wanted this sort of a storyline from them. And here they are, 15 elimination chicken dinner. That is impressive.
Yeah, most certainly is. Voltrix, 6 eliminations to his name to help Regicide get that chicken dinner. Absolutely beautifully done by the lads, and really showing us that once again, all of the teams that what we basically saw in week 2, where the teams that did not make it to Super Weekend week 1, they really pushed hard in week 2. They found themselves back, and now it's the turn of the teams who did not make it in week 2 to push back in week 3. And in that regard, while Regicide most certainly made that happen, props to be given to this 3-man duo right here, IQ, Spark and Sirius. They played that beautifully to even get to that top 2.
Definitely. I mean, the way Quantum Rage has actually throughout the entire league days, the way they've played, it has definitely been one of the best performances, I guess I would say, when it comes down to this season's Pakistan region. And one of the I guess, set up teams you could call, right? They've gone up against FS, they've gone up against Clarity, and they've still come out on top. So Quantum Rage definitely looking like a really good find from this season. But along with that, as we move on through to Regicide, well, look at the point difference right there. I mean, both of them had a miraculous play, but Regicide definitely that much more so, because they need to be a part of this third Super Weekend, the final Super Weekend, to move on along and, of course, chime into the finals itself.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where I think Regicide will look towards the next Miramar, maybe to try and make it happen, but at least a decent finish here in this one is how I can see it really beginning. But you could see Miramar is once again their comfort, domination all the way through from Regicide and Voltrix specifically.
This is incredible. This is absolutely phenomenal. But again, I mean, why so late, Regicide? Let's just hope this is not a one-time pony, right? We can definitely just keep our fingers crossed that this sort of a performance that they've showcased in the second game of today, we just hope that they keep on bringing this sort of a level of playstyle as in the next 3 remaining games as well.
Yeah, most certainly. I think that will be the dream for Regicide and their fans, and we'll have to see if they are able to pull it off. But if you look towards the match rankings, you're going to see Quantum Rage quite close to them in that regard. 24 points picked up, so a resilient performance. But TUF, man, this team again and again surprising us by the consistent manner with which they keep making it into that top 2, top 3 mark. And it's not even like they hide and make it. You know, 6 eliminations, quite decent. They're able to do it in a very simple manner and get it done for their team.
Well, we are into the third and the final league play week itself, and look at 52x Rage, the thing that we've been talking about since pretty much week 1 itself. When it comes to 52x Rage, yep, the rage is definitely there because they do end up getting those elimination points, but once again, not working towards those placement points is definitely going to be haunting them. But again, this is too early to predict because it'll all be based on what these 16 teams are going to be by the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for all of these teams, it's going to come down to how they're able to find themselves in coming into that Super Weekend 3. We got North Esports, TmwEsports, all with a 0-pointer here in Miramar. They'll look to just shake it off and come back stronger in what has really been for those 3 teams the stronger map, which is Erangel coming up in our third match. So I think for a lot of teams, we'll have to see if history does end up repeating itself like the way it did in week 1, because then Freestyle would be the one bouncing back. They're the ones who finished top of the table. Or maybe this time around, Magnus and Regicide have a completely different plan altogether and they can continue dominating.
Well, again, let's not forget that when it comes to SALTxi8, they're also part of the same lobby, right? So when it comes to that team, till now they've been dormant. Maybe now they just completely rise up and are like, all right, wait, we were missing from the lobby. We were not really doing much, but here we are to prove our mark. And I'm guessing towards maybe this Erangel could go. But again, I mean, there are so many other teams that we could very well predict. But overall, when it comes to this game of Miramar itself, this was absolutely phenomenal play being showcased from the side. Along with that, as we go to the highlights, the F21 Pro moments from Oppo, we do have a lot of elimination points to talk about, and especially from the side of Quantum Rage as well.
Yeah, exactly. And really, I think Quantum Rage and Regicide, these were the teams that played it the very best. Like from start to finish, we could see the aggression coming in from them. From start to finish, we could see in them the capability to continuously punish teams for their downfall. And I think we saw that from Freestyle as well, but they got caught too long in this fight between 4v Even though they did eventually manage to take them down, it did mean a ton of damage done to them before that happened and removed any opportunity of actually pulling something off. But you could see, Regicide, they took the fights, but they were very smart about their rotations while they were at it, continuously able to avoid that blue zone and get themselves into a better position.
Absolutely, that was critical for the side of Regicide to be able to get this game for themselves. I mean, you look onto the minimap, you can clearly see from the eastern front, southeastern front, this team moved in along and they were just completely controlling whatever came through their sixes. On the other front is going to be the Quantum Rage's team, who have just been penciled down smack center through the entire lobby altogether itself and getting so many miraculous plays and elimination points for their side. So nothing taken away from this team's play as well.
Oh, most certainly not. And I think at this point, really, it's heating up with respect to how many things we can expect from all of these teams. We've got 2 weeks of data to really have looked through and understand where which team is really comfortable, where which team struggles to come back after a difficult start, and all of that will combine into a spicy match 3 right here. Because I think the biggest difference between week 1 and week 3 now is the fact that coming into week 1, you know, they weren't really thinking about the finals. They weren't really as concerned. They were all thinking about just, you know what, let's get off to a strong start. Let's begin PMPL in a good way. But week 3, it's not about beginnings. It's about endings. Several teams, if they don't get off to a strong start here in week 3, it will be the end of their journey and they won't be able to make it to the finals.
Well, definitely, but for the side of Regicide, this is going to be a good start, I would say, for the day at least. I mean, overall, when it comes to the entire league in the 3 weeks that we summarize it, it has not been a good league, but today maybe might be the day for side of Regicide because of the way that they've been able to just completely take control. And again, the zone. This is such a wonderful move from their side to be able to move in through the zone from the edges and slowly take control of the edges. That way, they know for a fact that there's no third parties that they could be a part of. There's no flank angles that very well could be anticipated from their opponents. And overall, I mean, yep, GG play from Regicide, but fingers crossed. Let's hope that this continues.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, let's hope that this continues and that they're able to really spice it up with the other 4 teams. Because remember, we've got 4 teams who didn't make it to Super Weekend 1, 4 teams who didn't make it to Super Weekend 2, all different from each other. So 8 teams really under pressure to try and get into this Super Weekend and ensure that they don't come into play for that threat. And I wonder, what if we get another 4 brand new teams who don't make it into the Super Weekend, you know? That would be insane.
That is so true. I was thinking the exact same thing. That would be a completely abysmal sort of a stat if that comes out up on top. But again, it's too hard to predict that sort of a play. But on the other front, what is going to be very easy to predict is going to be the damage graphs coming in from these teams. Again, a wonderful comeback story being showcased on this map of Miramar based on that damage control that Regicide were a part of. 1,949 damage dished out, and from that, look at the efficiency of those damage points, because 15 elimination points is what they walk away with. On the other front, as you move on down through the list, there is going to be the side of the Grounders, not looking good once again compared to Week 2's play as well. FMX again, not the kind of playstyle that we anticipate from their side as well.
Yeah, exactly. We're expecting better from these teams, and we'll have to see if they can deliver. But you can see one good performance from Quantum Rage. It leapt them up the standings by 8 positions. So really, all of these teams, they still got the opportunity and the capability to make it happen. Now we'll just have to see if they can pull it off. But more than anything, Blotter, what I am really excited for is to see if how long can Team TUF continue this form. You know, it's been throughout the Super Weekend, now starting into day 1. 2 matches, no chicken dinners, but they are the most consistent team, able to get themselves into that #1 slot. How long can they keep up this form? Because there's the finals coming up. If they can keep it up for another week or so, they might get generously rewarded.
That is true. That is definitely true. But I mean, again, for the side of Team TUF, I don't really have an answer. But on the other front, I do have a question to raise. The same way that TUF is playing is how we saw MetershotxSKY jump into this first Super Weekend that they were part of. I mean, the second Super Weekend for the league, but the first Super Weekend for MetershotxSKY itself. But once again, when it comes to today's plays and performance, MetershotxSKY is definitely slacking and lacking in terms of not being able to get themselves noticed in the lobby itself. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that from this third game onwards for today, we can see a little bit more of a limelight for MetershotxSKY as well, because I do really want to be able to see this team jump into this final Super Weekend.
Yeah, likewise. And I really think this team is one that deserves another shot at it, given the consistent manner in which they've delivered. But similarly, I think if you are deserving, then, well, we'll have to see it in this Week 3. There's no league stage left after this. There's no opportunities for teams to somehow force a comeback, really, you know. It's all down to this right here, right now. Teams, all of these teams with 8 matches in this league stage right here, and they'll have to make every single one count. But for now, we're going to head into Erangel.
Absolutely, and for that Erangel, once again, look at that third team right there. FMX are going to be sitting very comfortably based on the stats that they've been able to generate from Week 1, is what I would predict. But overall, again, not the kind of play that they've showcased. But maybe today might be a different saga altogether, as Regicide did showcase in the previous Miramar's map. Same for the case of the Grounders as well, sitting on that last position. Again, based on the stats, the Grounders have really... We've seen that as well. I mean, their storyline from Week 1 as they jumped into Week 2, that was just absolutely a different team that we noticed from their side. Another team to bring up would be H2E, right? I mean, H2E, once again, for Week number 2, that team were definitely on a different role altogether, or perhaps from Week 1 itself, I would say. But again, quite a fluctuating, volatile lobby as far as the league plays days are concerned. Every week we look at different teams, and then when it comes to the Super Weekend, there is a completely different standard of teams that they're playing and are just completely rocking above those known lobby hitters.
Yeah, exactly. And it's almost like the known lobby hitters just take a chill pill till the Super Weekend, you know, and then turn up. And it does put into a really interesting light how teams really view the concept of forcing themselves into the lobby, how they really make a stamp or an impact on the game. Because when these teams are quite laid back, you see a lot more fighting as compared to the Super Weekend, where all of those heavy hitters, they're just purely tactical in their approach. And it's really nice to see both layers of that mentality.
That definitely helps when it comes to the battleground as well, right? I mean, you can have as many stats and as many strategies based on different angles and different compounds overall, or in the game, in the map altogether. But, you know, the one thing that they always talk about when it comes to all of these synergistic plays from SWATs and whatnots all across the globe, and in terms of the esports arena itself as well, it is going to be to always plan for the unpredictable, right? And that X factor is what always, when it comes to the battleground games, is what motivates and pushes the fans to really love these teams, as well as they are able to showcase their dynamic approach. They might have one thing planned, they suddenly lose out on one of their key members or one of the flank members who was supposed to be covering their fire position, and now it's all over the skill, and that skill is what will dominate. But again, I'm going on a rant overall, but I just wanted to say that yep, we definitely are going to be looking at both of those sides of the coin, and let's hope that the best with deserving team gets this chicken this time.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the hope now. We'll make sure that we get some interesting action in this lobby going on forward. Our match leaders right now, Team TUF, they're not going to be over here along with Team Grounders, Team Star, as well as FMxR3D, who, to be honest, not off to the greatest of starts. But because of these teams not being here, certain positions open. I wonder if any team decides to make a run for the money in that regard. But right now, just standard drops. You got MetershotxSKY heading towards Nova Ripnoi. SALTxi8 takes Sosnovka, and most teams in that regard just headed on towards their standard locations.
Absolutely. For now, that will be the case being showcased when it comes down to the drop locations from these teams. A comfortable position. On the other side, I am looking at XGeneration choosing to go along with the side of QWERTY, and they are going to be going down towards the hospital region is what I would say. But never mind that, as we do have the first zone being drawn, and that is going to be including the entirety of the military base. So again, based on the statistics of the PUBG gods, CA, would you say that there are not necessarily high chances, but definitely there are chances for this zone to stick to the southern part of the map itself?
Oh yeah, most certainly, because this is an insane circle right here, Blotter. We've got about 30% of the circle in the water. Basically, the entire area around Sosnovka is suddenly SALTxi8 are looking like a team that is hella comfortable. But look at the congestion right now around Farm and Milta. Every team trying to make the early rotation to get on out of there, get into Sosnovka, but they might not get a chance because surely there will be a fight erupting around the bridge itself.
Absolutely would be. We still are waiting for that first blood situation. As so perfectly mentioned by CA, we do have a lot of teams that were very close into the vicinity, but now they seem to have gotten away from the area and slowly dissipating is what we find themselves. But look at that ferry pier bridge down south. We do have Freestyle making an early rotation to get into the military base, as the zone is going to be predicting that. But what a shot, dude. Uzun, what an incredible shot that was, to be able to just completely stop FS's Tyrant as he tried to make his rotation. Of course, he will be the scapegoat for his team, because the team will be able to make the rotation on the military base. With that, we do have a first blood being drawn right here.
Yeah, and really, again, comes down to that a moment of individual brilliance shown up by that player, and we are off-started, but really, again, my eye is towards that congestion along that second bridge. I wonder if MetershotxSKY actually decide to go check that area on out of there, because they're the only ones on the other side of that bridge. If they set up camp on one side of the Nova Ripnoi entrance to the Sosnovka Island, then they could just instantly find so much value for their team.
That is so true. I mean, even if they just hold on those angles itself, right? Like we've seen for the side of SALTxi8, as they do end up choosing to go down towards that base, or rather that bridge, my apologies, to be able to just see whatever teams ends up making those water rotations or whatnots. And if Metershot does end up doing so, which again is highly unlikely based on the way that they've been playing the entire league, right? Sticking to the edges, waiting for the blue zone to catch up, sticking away from those early fight situations, letting the other teams fight till the 15-minute marker, perhaps many times in the games. So overall, those stats combined, Metershot probably is not going to be the one that will be the aggressor. But again, I mean, they have the entire opportunity, and if they capitalize, maybe like you said, they might have a lot of elimination points as well.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe indeed, and we'll have to see if it actually does end up working out or not. But right now, for the side of MetershotxSKY, it does seem like they're in a situation where they will try to be a little aggressive. Given the way I'm looking at them in the map, right, I think what MetershotxSKY really have, Magnus really have for themselves is the opportunity to just stay on the edge of the circle area, make sure that they're able to exploit all of those teams that they know for a fact are going to come from the western front, teams like XGeneration, teams like QWERTY, and really try to shut them down in that regard. But looking at 4v Blotter, again, we're seeing all of these teams in their standard locations, most of them included in the circle, and 4v luckily so too, because rarely do we ever see a circle that actually includes Milta power.
That is so true, absolutely. Indeed, and with that we are being replayed this first blood situation from the side of Uzum, as we did have one of the players, Tyrant from Freestyle, who was knocked and sent back to the lobby. Now, for the side of Freestyle, we did see that rotation, but only 2 of the players were able to make it. That means one of the lads from Tyrant, or rather from FS, is still not on the military base. And whenever we do look onto the map itself, we shall see that he's out in the water. He's waiting for SALTxi8 to allow that little bit of an opening to be able to catch up to his team. And again, SALTxi8, I mean, they're spread out all across the map or on the military base itself as they try and get as much control as they possibly can. As we can clearly see, Crypto going on to, of course, see if at all there are any fishes to fry across this area, and we do have one of those Freestyle players who's just waiting, and that's going to be FS Black.
Quite a precarious situation right now for Freestyle as a whole. They've got to be quite patient in the way they approach this, because stuck in that area, they've got 2 players on the south of Sosnovka, caught by SALTxi8, and then this 1 player in the water, again caught by SALTxi8, who are trying to monitor that as military base as well as monitor the botations from the shoreline coming through. But can they do both at the same time? We'll have to see, because we're seeing a flood of teams now come through shoreline to shoreline trying to get into Sosnovka, and an opportunity for MetershotxSKY actually to hold them out.
Absolutely does. With that, we do have Regicide, who were taken on a couple of shots, but now they seem to have another opportunity where 3x is apparently approaching their compound. But alright, hold on. Nocto does have information on the players. It seemed like they were going to be making a run away from this position, but that's not going to be the case. Regicide are going to be sticking around, and 3x are the ones who are taking on shots. But now there is third-party opportunity as well, where we do have Quraysh Esports chiming along right next to their position, and it seems like Crypto, we fall back to the dude who is fishing on top of this mountain at the ridge of that military base. We do have Crypto taking on easy shots and getting his team another elimination point confirmed. So FS, Freestyle, down to 2 players alive.
Look at this. With the way it is positioned, 3x with a really good opportunity here to try and not just make it into the circle, but while they're at it, deal a heavy blow to their opposition right here in Regicide. Because again, if you look back to the overall standings, these are teams that are contesting against each other when it comes to the super weekend points at least. So right now for all of these teams, the scenario becomes very, very simple. The more ability, the more value you're able to get by shutting down your opposition, the better it is going to be for you in the long term, because you put them into a rut almost of sorts and you're able to capitalize on it, make it to that grand finals, because that's what it's all about. When it comes to week 3 blotter, it's all about the grand finals.
Absolutely. And now I would like the director to please take us to the map, as we do have a couple of teams trying to make those water rotations that we do want the viewers to be able to see. Because again, if you see a look onto the map, look on towards the western southern flank, we do have TMW. We've got the side of 52x Rage, both them teams trying to make the water rotations. From the eastern flank, it definitely seems like 4VTFT on Milta are thinking about the exact same thing, maybe. But once again, I mean, when it comes to the military base itself, all the teams are gunning for it. And now I want to predict, or rather guess at least, that the zone is going to be shifting to the main island.
Oh, it certainly does look to be the case right here, Blotter. Zone.
Could be.
I think given the way the teams are all stationed towards Sosnovka, right? I just want to see that cycle for it to go back to mainland. So all of them have to make the rotations again. But we'll see. The PUBG Mobile gods, quite favorable for their teams. Are going to give them that Sosnovka shift indeed, or is it actually going to be that shift coming on in with respect to the north and force them back into the rotations? And it is the former, Blotter. We get that shift towards Sosnovka.
Oh, well, we do. We definitely do. Another thing to move on to is going to be this player, Nocto, from the side of Regicide. He's been holding on that fort for quite a long time against the players of 3x. And 3x, again, I mean, they're comfortable because they've got their own compound. But now as the zone has moved away down south, the teams that are going to be on that main base, main island itself that we can see on the map itself, there are a few of them. I mean, look at Clarity. They haven't even entered any of the fights. Quantum Rage sticking out, not interested in any of that at all. Metershot, everybody knows they go around to the Novorupnoi, but all the teams that have made the rotation from the main island onto the military base itself, none of them are interested in approaching the Novorupnoi region as of now. So again, I mean, all these teams, we're definitely looking at a little bit of a passive approach when it comes to taking on fights this early into the game.
Yeah, teams just being a little more smart about how they position themselves, you know, and we've got quite a few rotations as well. Means a few teams are just caught out, not able to make those rotations happen. And MetershotxSKY actually, one of them caught by Freestyle, and I don't. Oh, actually, yeah, I was gonna say I don't see them on the map. I wonder where they are, and I'm not surprised that in that congested Farm Milta bridge again, so many teams from the very start have been trying to get themselves in there, but just not able to make it happen.
Absolutely, and one of those teams is going to be the side of 3x, who are also on the main island, and again, very close to their vicinity is going to be Quraysh Esports, alongside the side of course, Regicide that we saw a couple of minutes ago, and with that, Mani is going to be caught from 3x Ali, and once again, when it comes to 3x Esports' team, they are looking A-okay for now because they've only played that one game, and they've been able to accumulate 6 points for their side, and this is going to be a crucial game as they also were not part of this second Super Weekend, so they want to be able to make their mark in the final Super Weekend, hopefully, as well. But given the position that they're in, being on the main island, the zone already moving away, majority of which is, of course, on the military base itself, thus clearly implying that this team is going to have to make that rotation. And yeah, they're taking on fights, they're giving away information that could come back to bite them as the zone will move away from them pretty soon.
Yeah. Could be troublesome right here for that particular team, but talking about troublesome, we got Clarity and Quraysh stuck in a tiny part of the mainland. Clarity and Quantum Rage could certainly be trouble for them. But talking about Quraysh themselves, stuck in this trio. Regicide on one side, QWERTY on another. There's another team, though I can't quite make out. I think it's 3x, yeah. 3x,
yep, 3x
towards their north as well. So right now, for all three of these teams, a bit of a Mexican standoff, and Regicide really ruling it because technically they do control the circle part of this entire draw right here. So Regicide in a better position as compared to every other team, and that's going to give them a lot of room and space to play the game the way they want to. But Quraysh, Mani will end up getting finished, the point going over to 3x Esports, as all of these teams are trying to be smarter about how they approach this now. I wonder if QWERTY just makes a decision to be like, hey, you know what, screw it, let's make the rotation through water.
That's exactly what's happening. I mean, we do have Khan, who is going to be the scout right now for the side of Team QWERTY, trying to get all ahead on the water rotation itself. And we did see the other three players who were holding on to that edge on the beach, as we did see the players of Quraysh try and mark them. But of course, for now, based on the map itself, we can say that the side of QWERTY have been able to make that rotation, and none of them have been caught. Okay, my word. Wolverine has been caught. 3x also jump in, and this is going to be a cause for concern for QWERTY, because two teams jumping onto their position are not going to allow them to make this water rotation, where only two of them from the side of QWERTY have been able to get onto the military base.
And now look at this. Kronos will get shut down by Gravity. Gravity looking for another, and while he doesn't find a lead, the backup comes in from Quraysh of all people.
Wow.
3x have been eliminated, and Gravity will get a second to try and crawl back to his teammate. And that second is more than enough. The nade, he is able to escape. Gravity should be able to get the resurrect.
Dude, he's done. He's done. His teammates have already left this area. They've moved on to the military base itself. We've got Destroyer and Khan, who are exactly making that early water rotation, right? And these were the players who were left behind from QWERTY to hold the compound. But as they did, the side of 3x, Clarity, Quraysh, they were all jumping into this compound, and rightfully so, because it's the closest to start swimming on towards the military base itself. And it is a critical position. As we can see in the mini-map itself, there's that small little bip, and that peninsula that's been created, not peninsula, whatever the word is, that point that has been created, that is so very close to start, of course, swimming. But of course, we do have Clarity. Oh, okay. Physics definitely not allowing Drowan's nade to reach Quraysh's player right now. So he is going to be able to just sustain and breathe for a little bit longer, or maybe not. Nope, he is definitely not, because Clarity are very much interested in taking that fight to him. And they are definitely going to be not allowing him to survive all by his lonesome.
Oh, and look at this 420 boy trying to catch one out, and does certainly do so, but he's stuck in the circle. 420 boy, will the heal come in time? We'll have to see. For now though, H2E Assad got an engagement with Quantum Rage. The circle taking this western shift has got all of these teams caught in the middle of nowhere. Quantum Rage trying to get into the island, but the gate kept by H2E, and they'll have to go back to the water to make something happen. But you've got the Reapers in SALTxi8 already waiting to deny that. So Quantum Rage, no way out. Just trying to force it, just like Clarity. No way out of that precarious situation. Trying to force it around Regicide, but Regicide, they've held for so long just to find nothing around this island. Both of these teams will most likely die to the blue zone.
Well, again, I mean, for the side of Regicide, they could have definitely played this better as it came down to those initial zones, and it was looking pretty good as they held the compound, but they had, and they should have left this area quite early, and as of now they're going to be looking in a little bit of a tricky situation because Clarity are not wanting to let them go. 420 boy, as we can clearly see, he has the information and he's going to be pushing all by his lonesome to try and get that elimination point. Of course, there's a lot of audio cues that are being given away. Insane on top with his UMP is just going to be waiting as his teammate Raz is going to be on the flank, but my word, it is not going to be allowed. 420 boy apparently it seems like has been knocked. Yep. And that is going to be the end for the side of 420 boy. Indeed, that means Clarity are left with 2 players as well. That is going to be... No, my apologies. Only 1 player. Drawlin is going to be left for Clarity.
Look at the way the circle is sorted. Only 3 teams in the circle, and all 3 of them taking aggressive positions to deny entry for every other team. So it is just going to become a massacre if those 3 teams don't get rushed on. But Drawlin trying to get himself into a safe position, just braving all odds. Does manage to do so. So well played, Drawlin, but the same couldn't be said for Kian right there. Will get caught out, and now all of these teams against this wall. You've got North Esports holding the eastern front, SALTxi8 holding the northern, and 52x Rage on the south trying to deny entrance, but a gap is found. A gap is found, and Freestyle are trying to make themselves get into that tiny gap. It joined with Magnus's players. A fight gonna erupt for that gap itself. No stone left unturned by these teams.
Well, Magnus definitely getting the better half of this fight with the numbers advantage actually working for them as well. But up on top, we do see SALTxi8's players also waiting for these teams to get out of their compounds. For now, it is going to be Vasi, the only man surviving for the side of Freestyle. But again, the 3-man army for Magnus, they know exactly where he's at. He's going to be pushing against the position of respect. And of course, that micro Uzum is just not going to be allowed, and boy oh boy, with that it is going to be the end for Freestyle. We've got 12 teams remaining, and there we go. Ghost was the man who was up on top of that mountain, as we did mention a couple of seconds ago, and he had the information, he had those audio cues, and getting that down to the T, getting the elimination point for his team. 4 defeats for the side of SALTxi8 as of now.
And adding on much more is Blade. In that regard, gatekeeping that bridge, denying the entirety of H2E, and now Quantum Rage being eliminated as well. H2E have nowhere to go but front is where SALTxi8 dare you to challenge. Dread left behind a box. Assad not even able to get himself onto the bridge, will relegate himself to the water, trying to follow the footsteps of Pan. But look at Blade, man. The angle he has, he can spot out Pan, he can spot out Assad, he can spot out Dread. Blade with all the information in the world and enough cover to make sure he gets the better end of this deal.
Absolutely. It's not only Blade as well, because we did see Ghost, who was behind Blade's position and was on top of that hill. Of course, that will be the position where he could very well... Blade, what exactly were you thinking, mate? Dread has taken a little bit of a revenge right there, but not before Uzum could bring in a massive blow to his face, and Dread will be shot down, and of course his teammates are nowhere around the bridge, so his revival is going to be pretty much next to impossible. But for the side of SALTxi8, Ghost is down, who is up on top of that mountain. That flank angle that was being taken care of is... my apologies?
I thought for a second Crypto was going to go slam into Assad and Pan in that car, but no, he's running for the revival of Ghost.
Well, he is, and that's going to be crucial as well, because that position up on top is where a lot of information has been retained from Ghost, and they do know H2E's players were able to get onto the beach, but now will they be able to make their way in through to the zone itself? Because once again, SALTxi8 going to be around to take that fight to the face, and with that, 52x Rage looking very comfortable, but right around their vicinity is going to be 4VTFD from the south of this zone trying to get an entry, but 4VTFD are not going to be allowed to do that, because 52x Rage, once again, I mean, numbers advantage working in this team's favor, being on top of this hill also giving them quite an edge. But is it going to be enough? Because there are 2 teams. One side is North Esports, the other side is going to be 52x Rage. So once again, kind of stuck, kind of sandwiched is what 52x Rage will find themselves in.
And thank you so much, production, for that circle right there, because I was just going to talk about that compound that we have in the middle of the circle. Halsey is in a compound right next to it. I wonder if he can make a quick move and take control, but the circle does seem to favor SALTxi8, but still, Crypto gets knocked out. I believe Ghost going to come to try and revive him as Uzum holds the flank. All of this damage done by the H2E players. But now look at all of the teams in the south. You got XGeneration, Magnus, 52x Rage, North, 4VTFD, and even QWERTY, who are going to try to make the rotation happen. So that south area going to turn into a bloodbath real soon. And for SALTxi8 to participate in that, they've got to get rid of the thorn that has been H2E in their sides.
It definitely has been for the side of 52xRage. It has been 4v-TFD, and right now Faster trying to get that nade parade situation very close to his face is going to be 4v-TFD. But boy, with that UMP, he is real quick and fast to be able to deliver not only one but two knocks, and with that the elimination of 4v-TFD as 52xRage came together to just stop that push from 4v-TFD. But again, the fight is not yet done, as we do have MetershotxSKY Esports right around the vicinity. As we can see in the minimap, MetershotxSKY Esports seems to be getting away. Oh yes, they should, of course. I am completely forgetting that these teams are not in the comfort of the zone, and that is what MetershotxSKY Esports is running towards, with that 8 teams remaining right now. And in the center, towards that compound, as CA was mentioning, it is going to be XGeneration running and gunning for that exact same safety net.
I mean, we're looking at the fight between 52xRage and MetershotxSKY Esports, but honestly, my eyes keep going to the kill feed and the map, where I keep seeing SALTxi8 and H2E just exchanging knock for knock. This time I think it'll work out for SALTxi8, because they got one in their favor. But in this southern area, you got Magnus trying to gatekeep, but you try to gatekeep 2 teams at once, well, you pay the price. 52xRage will find one knock, and MetershotxSKY are circling in around respect. Magnus may be facing the butt end of a rifle, and one they won't like.
Absolutely. For now, 52xRage, again, when it comes to the elimination points, they are absolutely on point. 6 elimination points confirmed for the side. MetershotxSKY Esports, we did see them right behind 52xRage's position, but they've decided to walk away from that area, and they try and get into the zone from the eastern front. But looking onto the minimap, we can see the team in, of course, red right in front is going to be 52xRage, and cream is going to be MetershotxSKY Esports. Right above them in cyan is going to be QWERTY, and right next to them is going to be Magnus's players as well. So a tricky position, but never mind that. Magnus's final player is going to be eliminated, and MetershotxSKY Esports with the numbers advantage, not able to capitalize, where 52xRage with the momentum and the kill feed working in this team's favor, they are just racking on those elimination points game after game today.
Yeah, they shut down QWERTY, left Khan, the last player standing, but they're not going to stop right there. SALTxi8, they want it all, and with Uzum already in the circle, they might just get it. They are going to face key competition from XGeneration though, because still that compound I was talking about is in the circle, and XGeneration was the team to pick it up. But still, our attention towards the southern side, where you've got all of these teams scrambling to make it into the circle. 52xRage still getting caught, man. Fight after fight. They took down 4v-TFD. Now they're trying to take out North. They face pressure from SALTxi8. Still holding strong through all of that and managing to stay almost as that 4-man unit, just recently losing faster.
Absolutely, but again, when it comes to the zone itself, it is going to be XGeneration and the side of SALTxi8, who are just waiting patiently for these teams to get done with their fight and jump into the zone itself. And talking about the zone, it is going to be calling for all of these teams. 52xRage very much looking confident in terms of their fights, but once again, as they jump into this one vehicle to make this rotation, one really good setup spray, and that could be the end for the side of 52xRage. But I guess never mind, they're going to be directly jumping in to the compound where XGeneration is going to be, and they are fierce, but not as much as the side of XGeneration.
That's so anticlimactic, Carter.
It definitely was.
And then RIP instantly.
But even MetershotxSKY were able to chime in from the back, and they were like, you ain't going to be allowed to run away like that. MetershotxSKY also able to get 1 point from that. With that, we move on back to SALTxi8. 5 teams remaining. 10 elimination points confirmed for the side of SALTxi8. They're out in the open, but they definitely feel like they are the ones who are looking that much more in control rather than XGeneration, even though they have the compound. But 4 teams are remaining right now, where MetershotxSKY is going to be in... it seems like their information has been caught, and that is going to be the end for them.
SALTxi8 honestly are kind of bullying the lobby right now. They're taking 3 huge areas across the circle, and they're like, fight me, I dare you. It's not even fight us, it's fight me. They all want the fights individually, exactly, as they all are all in the hunt for the MVP slot. Ghost has got 5 eliminations for himself this game, and he's certainly going to be tanking Crypto, because Crypto, I think, picked him up like 3 or 4 times. But again, Ghost unsurprisingly getting knocked. The aggressive nature is paid off with the eliminations, you know, but it's also paid off the number of times he's been knocked, and now getting sprayed down. Still not finished though, and look who's coming running to his aid. It's the one and only Crypto.
Well, that definitely looks to be the case for now. And again, it is going to be tricky though. It is definitely going to be tricky, because he is out in the open, and running that far away is going to be very difficult to get that revival. And yep, there we go. Ghost is going to get eliminated. SALTxi8 down to 2-man strong, and now XGeneration, as they get into the zone itself from that safety net of the compound. Look at that change on the zone. wow, XGeneration, come on. I mean, you've got the numbers advantage. You better be able to capitalize the situation easily.
Well, easily is what Crypto is known to make hard. Finds one player right here and knocks him out. Crypto now trying to salvage this chicken dinner for SALTxi8. But first they've got to get rid of the lone rider in Helsi, who's being very, very sneaky. Moving up the car. Should spot out Bashir right about now, or Uzim right next to him. But Helsi still playing it safe as Crypto. He's just going in for it. Knows one player is down on his feet and wants the other right now. Crypto does a ton of damage and finishes off JD. Getting the support from his teammate. Crypto gets out of there too. What?
Yep. Exactly. He
God,
pushed
Crypto.
in, he got that elimination point confirmed, and then moved back as well. As two players from the side of XGeneration tried to pounce on him. But again, Crypto, he needs that medkit for himself. He needs that first aid band-aid for himself, but it does not seem like he's got any left. So Uzum very much stuck against Helsi. Alright, finally, Helsi gets eliminated. So MetershotxSKY finish up third with 0 elimination points, but GG thanks to Helsi indeed. But again, now SALTxi8. The numbers advantage definitely not favoring them, and it is going to be XGeneration's Nade Parade and Party being showcased against the side of this team. That will probably be the final nail in the coffin and could be XGeneration's comeback story where they need the elimination point and
that was
the
Crypto's
chicken dinner.
nade. He knocked himself out.
What? Okay, I missed that. Dude. Whenever something like that happens, just bounce in. Never mind if I'm speaking, bounce in, because that is critical information.
Yeah. Uzum and Crypto being like, hey, I was dealing with one team while Uzum was dealing with one member of one team. Crypto was dealing with 4 and he finally pays the price. Uzum will get taken down as well as XGeneration pick themselves up a winner chicken dinner. Albeit a very humorous one, I'll say, as SALTxi8, honestly. It just felt like they decided to play, just for fun, but more for eliminations, more for that MVP prize. And the way they were individually taking on teams, I'll give props to XGeneration for not falling bait to that SALTxi8 way. They didn't peek, they fought together as a unit, and they're like, okay, we will not fight you 1v1. No, thank you.
Dude, I mean, I called it. I mean, in the pre-game segment itself, I was just like, for the side of SALTxi8, they've been a little too quiet for the entirety of the day. I mean, yes, they are leading the charts. There's no way that they're not going into the finals itself with a 100+ point lead that they've got in the overall standings, right? So they are here just to make it a point to the lobby that, yep, we are here. We are going to be dominating. Just be prepared and ready. And again, if they get the opportunity to jump into the final Super Weekend, the third Super Weekend, they have the possibility to even walk away with those $500 for the chicken dinner.
I mean, the possibilities are most certainly afoot, but with XGeneration picking up that chicken dinner in our match 3, it is starting to look very different from week 1 now, where, yes, the first 2 chicken dinners were the same, but really the pattern that has emerged in week 3 is the rise of these underdogs. Magnus, you've got 3x, you've got Regicide, and now, of course, with this chicken dinner as well, XGeneration stepping into their mark. Those 8 teams that have not gone to a Super Weekend yet, really finding their pace, but will it continue? We'll have to see all after this short break.
Go!
It's your chance to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
All right, so a lot of things happening in the world of PUBG Mobile, but a lot of
True.
things are also happening in the real world as well with the launch of the Oppo F21 Pro. So you all might not want to miss that one out because I mean I've got my eyes on the sunset orange. Now that is the exact color. So I've done my research, I've done my homework. Lakshay, the black or the orange? Which one do you like?
I think I'm gonna go with the orange one, dude. I think I'm gonna go with the orange one. You know,
There you go.
there comes a moment in time when you have to move away from that black legend that's been going on. You know, it's just been continuing since a long time that, all right, you know, just go with the default black. But now that you've got such amazing choices to choose from, definitely going to be looking forward to that on my F21 Pro.
Of course, which is going to be out on 11th of April. But, well, this man, I call him King Crypto. He hails from Pakistan. And, wow, again, a domination, a crypto show is what we got to see. But, well, of course, I mean, I was hearing the cast there, and I have to agree. What a throw.
That's true, dude. What an amazing... I mean, again, so this is something that CA mentioned as well, right? When it comes down to the side of SALTxi8 altogether, not just one player, they're just chilling around in the lobby. I mean,
See, they're
they
competing
found the
amongst
crux.
each other. They,
Yes.
That's it. You know, that's the only conclusion I'm gonna take. Nothing taken away from XGeneration though. It was such an important game for them. They needed that one good game that would sort of bolster up their morale, and which has happened. But once we take a look at the top players, you could clearly see, right? They are fighting amongst each other. 5 for Crypto, 5 also by Goose, and then Uzim is just the one. Guys, I'm your entry. I have been scouting, and you just get me 3. That's not fair. But Esports, of course, they've had a really good game in this one. But I must say, Lakshay, I'm quite impressed with how 52XGeneration have been playing throughout the day. But we've got a different statistical comparison between the top two teams, XGeneration and SALTxi8. Could clearly see how much of a dominance was established, but haters will still say that the circle was formed on SALTxi8. But what do you have to say about that, Lakshay?
I mean, I would rather, take the conversation through a different parallel altogether, where I would want to commend XGeneration's approach. I would definitely want to commend XGeneration's approach because they saw that there was that one compound that was part of the zone. They rushed for it as a team. They tried to hold it, and they did as well perfectly, as we did see an incredible push that was showcased against them from the side of 52XRage, but there was nothing deterring the side of XGeneration as they held their ground, right? And so definitely going to be important chicken dinner for their side, even if it's, whatever the things are going to be saying. In the end, I do think the team deserved it.
Yeah, they certainly did, right? I mean, taking the right moves at the right time. Of course, XGeneration not being nearby to the military base and still managing to pull off such an amazing win. So talks volumes about how well prepared they were today. They did their homework, but still this top spot will be taken and will be retained by SALTxi8 Esports, pertaining to those eliminations, even if the fact that they did not win the chicken dinner. Right, but an early rotation towards northwestern side, and the circle constantly pressing in on them. And there was a moment where I really thought that, how on earth could this game go away from them? And yeah, SALTxi8, they've managed to do that. Every single player going in their own direction. And Crypto blowing himself up. Maybe it was just a little slip of fingers. Has happened to the best of people. I'm telling you, it happens with me every day. For once, I have to knock myself down. Maybe to get back up again, but with Crypto it was just a little slip of fingers. But yeah, I think MetershotxSKY, a very important game for them, because before this, if my memory serves me right, Lakshay, they were sitting at 0 points. Now this 10 points is finally opening up their accounts at the third game. So yeah, of course, for MetershotxSKY, still a little bit of a hard work to do over here. They have to get another chicken, maybe 30-40 points secured, so that they can meet us again in the Super Weekends.
Another team that I want to bring up in that same exact light is going to be the side of Esports. Esports till now was sitting at 0 points. After this game, I believe they've been able to accumulate 12 points, if I'm not mistaken. So that again is going to be a very commendable approach from their side. And based on how this first Super Weekend, the second one for the league, went for Esports, I am rooting that they're able to hopefully get a chance to come back into this super weekend, the final super weekend, and hopefully try and run for that final position itself and the grand finals position. But with that, as we move on through to the rotations being showcased, as Vixis was mentioning as well, XGeneration, they were nowhere close to the zone. I mean, look at how far away they were, but slowly but surely they tried to make that one rotation, were able to successfully do so. We did have Metershot here, the MetershotxSKY. They were able to slowly move away from that position, and then again, as the journey progressed on, as the zone progressed on, they just made a run for it and deservingly got the chicken dinner.
Look at this movement, Lakshya. This is exactly what I was going to talk about. You know, how does a team that traverse through water get vehicles and then move to that one little compound and get the chicken dinner? You know, this is brilliance, because you're going to find on that southern highway that very lot of vehicles over there, right? So they did manage to get that, but the rotation path was so brilliant, right? One of the finest that we have seen so far, and I'm quite happy with the IGL, the decision making made. You know, stay aloof of the fights, you know, do not engage, wait for that curveball, and once it hits you, that is where you've got to hit that sweet spot. And indeed, taking control of those compounds. Yeah, of course, you know, SALTxi8 had they put all their tension on XGeneration, could be a different thing altogether. But Crypto just deciding to take things on his own hands. You know, he was already on a rampage by all means. You know, 5 finishes already, and he was getting even more deadly. But that is when XGeneration was just a little bit more prepared. As right from the very get-go, we did see, you know, the players of Freestyle trying to rotate early on, and they were caught off guard till the point, you know, they were chased after, they were hunted, pulled out with a fishing hook. There you go, Crypto doing his job. I mean, this is just classic SALTxi8, but yeah, I think I want to see more out of XGeneration.
Definitely is going to be important for the XGeneration side to be able to showcase that sort of a prowess gameplay for them. Does not matter if they walk away with 0 elimination points, just get those placement points and stick into the top 10 position to the top 12 maximum, right? On the other front, we move on through to the side of 52x Rage, and this team is always raging through. Again, when it comes to SALTxi8, as we look at this replay again, this team right off the bat in the first few minutes itself, they had a perfect position held on that military base, and then they moved on down to the ferry bridge and just held that strongly. Then moving on into the zone itself, they were shot down one man, but that did not really matter, because the other teams, like the side of 52x Rage on all of them, they were playing a game of their own, where SALTxi8, they were chilling, and of course they had to wait for the other teams to approach them, and once they did, again, SALTxi8, they just came into action.
Oh yeah, they certainly did, and you know, it was again the patience, right? They had nothing to do, right? They had no monkey business, you know, just going around. Rather, they knew that the circle is going to come down to them. Might as well just defend with all your might, and there you can see, you know, the confidence just oozing out of every single play. But I think from here onward, this is where things started. Going a little haywire. You know, he did manage to get this knock, instantly wanted to go in with the push, was kind of a little bit oblivious about where the previous person was hiding just behind the rock, and this is where he did not, or rather he could not capitalize, right? And Thak, towards the very end, did not have a lot of trouble getting the final finish, and there you can see smiles all around as the players of XGeneration, with just 4 finishes, still managed to get that very crucial chicken dinner. But the graph, Lakshya, speaks completely otherwise. Again, SALTxi8 dominating, and so are the players of 52x Rage. Now, you ask me who's been my favorite team so far, has to be TUF and 52x Rage. The way they've been playing, the aggression, the kills that they're accumulating. I think once we have a look at the overall scores, we're going to have a more clearer picture to that.
You know, I have no complaint with that answer. Definitely would second that again, because throughout, again, I mean, all right, you know what? Let me actually have one complaint that I will push on from the previous game as well. For the side of 52x Rage, this team knows how to deliver massive blows to their opponents. But when it comes to getting those placement points is where the team kind of falters down a little bit. This time around on the map of Erangel, they were able to deliver that play style as well. So certainly looking on to that. But I would love for this team to be a little bit more dynamic in terms of their approach as they push on from this game to the next. But overall, nothing taken away from them. I mean, they're definitely looking very confident. They are very much in control, and all the fights, they are able to get those wonderful points. But move on to the overall ranking, and this is I mean, CA did call it. When it comes to the third Super Weekend, we're looking at teams that nobody could have anticipated, but definitely would want to see to be able to, bring them some sort of a masala in the final week.
Oh yeah, for sure. Nothing taken away from that because even I was sort of hoping that I want to see some new fresh bloods. I think 52x Rage, the elimination numbers clearly speak up for how well prepared they are. But some teams definitely seem to have not learned from their mistakes, and that one of them has to be FMR3D, an invited team into the PMPL Pakistan Spring 22, and right at the bottom, the very brinks of the ocean is where they find themselves in. Few more teams again, Team Star and then Team QWERTY. We're still waiting. They still have a lot of games to go though. Can't really judge them just on 3 games. You still have so much to do. But as we take a look at the schedule, it's going to be the second Miramar of the evening, Blotter. And of course, we did have Regicide winning their first chicken dinner in the third league weekdays. But do you think they can pull off a back-to-back in Miramar? Because it sort of feels like deja vu in the past, right? In the first Super Weekend, Magnus won the first chicken dinner of the league plays, and followed by Regicide, winning both the Miramar. So I'm going to put you onto the spot and ask you, do you think Regicide has got what it takes to get a second chicken over here?
Okay, that's an interesting question. Do I think they have what it takes? Let me answer that with a question change. All right. Do I think they are capable of getting a chicken dinner? Yes, absolutely. But do I believe that they're going to get a chicken dinner? No, definitely not. Definitely not. I mean, all right. So again, when I look back onto that game of Miramar, for the side of Regicide, a couple of things actually came together: the rotation, the zone, and the placement. Their placement was so very critical, being at the edge of the zone, because many times we've seen for the side of Regicide, they get caught up in the fight pretty much in the center, and the zone again is spread out in such a way that they are in the center. They don't really have to make that many rotations. And so that is the moment when we did see, at least I noticed, the side of Regicide fall down quite a many times. This time around on the map of Miramar, they had that zone working for them, edge of the zone. They had no other team behind them. They had the control, they had the information, they had the sight, and then they pushed on to get that chicken. Again, I mean, the aggressive stance that they've got, 15 eliminations, it's not easy to be able to get that. So we do know that they're capable, but quite a lot, many things are going to have to come together for them to get a second one, I think.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, I completely agree, and somewhere, I've got to put in my own pointers, because the last two chicken dinners, if you remember, it was somewhere around where they dropped, right, around the northeastern side. They did get the chicken, but this time it went all the way down south, and their rotation was so beautiful, right? I absolutely loved it, what they were trying to do, and they managed to keep a hold of all the 4 players, and traveling so far, still getting a chicken dinner. I think, like you said, they have what it takes, but are they gonna put all the pieces right is a question. Well, we'll find answers to in this particular game, as the flight path trajectory you can clearly see right a little bit towards the northwestern side. So the teams dropping way far off in the northeastern and the eastern areas. They've got to find themselves vehicles. And for all you viewers out there, who've just tuned in right now, Group B is not going to be playing this one out. So Clarity, 52x Rage, Freestyle, and Team H2E. They are the ones who are going to be sitting it out, as we do see some early sparks right in front of us. It's FMR3D going up against Quraysh.
Oh, please get this game for them. At least this fight for the side of FMX. I do really want to be able to see this team move away from this position. And another point to actually bring up is going to be the fact that whenever we do see teams get caught up in these early moments, because again, it's only 1.5 minutes in the game, so the teams are not yet well equipped with the different utilities and their weapons and everything for them to be able to take on a perfect, massive on hunt onto their opponent side. And these are the moments when we do end up noticing a lot of stalemate situations where the fights end up extending, and they extend to such a regard where the zone catches up to them, And the center right now is almost 1300 meters, will move all the way up to 2500 meters. And that's when things get really critical for these teams. So I would love either for the side of Quraysh Esports or for the side of FMX to just completely jump into the fight, eliminate that opportunity, and then move on into the zone, because it's still far away. On the other side of the map altogether, we do have the side of Grounders, who are also not looking too good in the overalls. They need this game. They need the entire league play to actually work for them. But right now, against TmW. So 2v2 situation is what we can see. And in the minimap, the teammate from the side of Grounders are also going to be approaching from the back. And North Esports gets the first elimination. Maxi getting that first blood against Winger OP. All right. So what a perfect play from the side of North Esports.
Oh, look at this, both these teams just trying to do the exact same thing. You could see one of the players of TmW right behind the Grounders, and the players of the Grounders, they're outside, way out in the open, nowhere to hide. And if Harry can connect his shots right, then Shapatar is going to meet his makers quite soon, as they are utilizing the jumping fist bug, as Shapatar is indeed trying to, just grab onto the ledge and, rain some damage from up above. But if I were the Shapatar, I would never decide to commit it, because you have that shotgun on Marlega, which he utilizes very amazingly, as he managed to get one knock. Can he follow it up? As Sensi 2, he's going to work things around with Justin SKS, as Zigsaw is going to finally put an end to that, and Khan looks like a sitting duck over there. Got taken down so easily. Shapata is just screaming, "Guys, you need to revive me."
Well, that was not good. That was definitely not good for the side of TmW. Numbers advantage definitely favoring out the Grounders, and that wonderful approach from their teammate to be able to get that nade on point. That is the opening that, of course, the Grounders utilized so perfectly. With that, as we move on through to the first blood from the side of North Esports, Avenger OP, taken on Alpha from Quantum Rage, completely pincering him down, and that is going to move us to the second fight that we saw. So again, I mean, we still do have 16 teams remaining into the lobby. We're only 4.5, 5 minutes into the game, and for now, it is going to be TmW's player with... What was he thinking? With a... Alright, he tried to get far off shot against the players of the Grounders, but instantly was damaged. And of course, that is not going to be allowed from the side of Grounders. But this fight that we did chime into as the game started off, it is extending. It is extending quite a lot right now. And both the teams are just waiting who will take that first shot.
Yeah, I mean, sort of has become a dead rubber situation over there. But in that stalemate, I think it's all about finding good position. I do not understand why Reaper X wants to fight it out. And
exactly.
I'm still yet to understand why haven't the players of the Grounders still pushed on him. You know that he's there. So of course, Sixo has lost out on his life. That's quite unfortunate. But finally, seems like FMR3D are here to make some moves. Now, that has been always a constant trouble with them, they're kind of way too hasty. They're way too reckless, way too careless, and more often than not, they just get wiped off. Now, what Romeo is doing is pretty basic, right? Just silently positioning himself inside the little compound. And Hassan, he's getting so impatient, but when you're trying to do something like that, at least make sure you've got someone with you, as we could see a flurry of Molotovs being thrown, as Adi has been knocked out, courtesy to that burning Molotov out there. Second knock comes in, as FMR3D finally gaining some ground in this fight, having wiped out 3 of the players, or rather 2, as Quraysh are survived with just the remainder. It's going to be Sardarji and Money, and both of them have to make a run for their life, and that was a quick escape, wasn't it?
That definitely was. That's one of those, setup heists that you've got, and that's exactly what Quraysh Esports' Manu was able to capitalize upon. With that, we move on to another fight taking place against Magnus and 3x, where Magnus were able to get that elimination confirmed for their side. So 3x is going to be down 1 man in just the first 6 minutes of the game itself. We are looking at a lot of blows being showcased across the lobby from one team to the next. But move on into the zone itself, the center, it is going to be QWERTY. And QWERTY are going to be looking very much to be able to maybe control their fight and their game from that center position. But we shall come back to that, as for now, when it comes to the map itself, there are still so many teams that are around in the vicinity, and of course in the mini on the pip you can clearly see that it is going to be the grounders pushing on to one final player of TMW, where indeed he will be eliminated. So TMW gets eliminated on the 16th position, down with 15 teams still surviving. The grounders did get one loss, that was Jigsaw, but in all were able to walk away with 4 elimination points. That is all thanks to the side of TMW.
That's a trade-off that they could live with, right? Especially
Absolutely.
considering the fact that they had to miss out on the second Super Weekend after such an amazing first Super Weekend, right? It was such a heartbreak to not have these guys, but I think they've gotten over their woes or whatever you call it, because in San Martin we used to see the Grounders and QWERTY just fight it out, but I think they've seemed to have parted their own ways, right? Not engaging anymore. They're both looking at the bigger picture, but taking a look at the circle, it's pretty default, pretty much heading towards the Puchinki, or rather the Picado Hills. My apologies, my mind's still somehow stuck in Erangel, but yeah, the Picado Hills, and this is one of the replays, right? This is why shotguns are said to be avoided. Especially if you know your opponent has one. But I think, in all honesty, Shapatar had no idea that Marlega would just come out with an S12K. And that gets really deadly. But that weapon, close range, even short mid range, like let's say 50 meters, you've got the right attachments. I think you're good to go.
Oh yes, the damage from that is a lot, is a massive lot, definitely. And again, when it comes down to that shotgun in effect, that was able to get one knock confirmed. But again, if you've got the numbers advantage against you, it is going to be really difficult to be able to even use that shotgun to be able to, just pincer down the push that is coming against you, you being just a one-man army. I mean, okay, kind of debatable as well, because the gun that he had, if he would have had a different one, then maybe like a DBS or something, maybe. But again, the reload speed is not really that big of a difference, and so it is a tricky situation when you've got just one man with that one shotgun. You are definitely 100% certain that you're going to be able to get that one knock confirmed, but after that, tough luck. But anyways, that all again is brought down to the scale. It's a debatable topic to even touch on the other side. As we move on through to the map itself, we do have Los Leones that has been in contestation, not necessarily contestation, but held from the side of SALTxi8 and MetershotxSKY, and they are very close to each other. But as of now, they have not really decided to take on fights for now. With that, second zone is where we are in. XGeneration looking okay. I mean, they got the previous chicken dinner, of course, on Erangel, but right now they're just playing it safe. They do know that 4v one player was there, or maybe they were just checking the angles. Nevertheless, they're going to be able to get away from this position, and the team is going to be splitting, where it seems like the two players of XGeneration with the buggy are going to be trying to reach for a flank angle. Initially, I thought they would be jumping onto or trying to jump onto the mountain behind their compound, but right now it's a different flank that they seem to be running towards.
Oh, but look at this, Quraysh Esports. I mean, they just got themselves out of one really dicey situation and would eventually come down to meet their makers. As SALTxi not with the best of HPs, as Sparky has spotted out that buggy and finally spots out the body. And that one grenade is all it's gonna take to maybe put SALTxi out of his miseries. But no, he seems to have some fight left in him, as Sparky is gonna unload one more grenade, and that seems to do the job perfectly well. And Quantum Rage, I mean, that's just pretty chill, pretty happy about it. I mean, yeah, we spotted them out. They were in a really bad position. Just capitalize on it, and that is something that they did. But yeah, I think XGeneration being really smart with how they moved around. Just letting two of their players, letting the players of 4VTFT into thinking that the compound is clear. Maybe they're just trying out their luck. But for now, Blade seems to have spotted out a Venture, just waiting for the right opportunistic moment to strike. But with the Scarrel, he needs to land that much needed headshot. As to why Scarrel has been one of the weapons of choice in the map of Miramar, and being patient as ever, Venture has no idea that he's being watched.
That is true. For now, he does not. But all right,
Oh,
it seems
no
like they
way.
tried, but not able to get even a single shot on him. On the other front, of course, the information has been given away. So North Esports is now with the mini is going to be trying to tap on some shots against that positioning that SALTxi8 have. Now look at that. That's a really interesting play. Uzum is the one who's attracting based on that audio cue, right? Whereas his
Yeah.
teammate is still sticking to the exact same angle. So again, I like that play coming in from the side of SALTxi8, where North Esports is no. He had either the option to go along with the audio cue that he was being given, or stick to the same angle that he was being shot at. So interesting play from SALTxi8. Again, I mean the experience, they definitely are very, very experienced again.
Oh, Lakshay, look at the zone shift, going all the way northeast.
Oh,
Now
wow.
everybody is have to, just, whatever they were doing, even if they were in a fight, like, nah, chuck it, we have to move out. And MetershotxSKY, well, they indeed wanted to do that. Adil already spotting the players out, did some massive amount of damage, has successfully managed to stop them at their tracks as the entire horde is going to be charging at their direction. But at the same time, they'll need to make sure that he's got his vehicles, because the next shift is not going to be so friendly as MetershotxSKY. They're going to be taking that exit, but Adil just droning out. Has that laser M416 spray going, but it's going to be Mom2. And out of nowhere with a Mini 14. Christ's sake. He's managed to secure that knock, and MetershotxSKY, they're just, what do you say, flabbergasted with what really happened.
Yeah, well, again, I mean, the position they walked into was definitely in control of Magnus Esports, right? I mean, the way the flank was working for Magnus, the way the attitude itself was set up from their side was just so dominating, where MetershotxSKY, the only position that they had was to make a run for it, and they did, but again, out in the open. And with that, there's another team trying to make a run for it. It's going to be a Winjeropi from the side of North Esports. Ouch. Again, we can see in the minimap that his teammates are in the vicinity, and of course they do know that there is a team, and that's going to be Team Star, but that is not the approach North Esports had in mind, where one after the other, two of their players have been dropped. One of them already eliminating from the lobby, and Zaman being the second one who has been knocked. The Team Star very much in contestation right here, and very much in control of this graveyard position.
Oh, they certainly are. And it's so imperative for them to do that. But for Zameen, now that's going to be such a critical call for Snow to actually try and come and save his teammate, as FMxR3D out of the clutches from Quraysh now find themselves being knocked and pincered by the players of Quantum Rage, as Alpha has been taken down. So it's going to be an interesting 3v3 scenario with Sirius on the flanks. He's got to make some fast movements really, because he is the only one who could create all the difference, as FMxR3D are going to be pushing in from the higher ground. Spark is still trying to keep hold of the area that he has, but instead Sirius falls down, and that is an absolute disaster, as FMxR3D will have no trouble in eliminating the final player, IQ.
Yes.
And Quantum Rage suddenly find themselves out of their server.
I'm happy, dude. I'm a happy man right now. For the side of FMX, the two-man squad were able to annihilate Quantum Rage, a three-man army right there on top of their faces. Was amazing, amazing play from the side of FMX. I just hope that they keep on pushing on like this. But again, I mean, the numbers advantage has dwindled down for them. It's only Hassan and Picard by himself. Picard on the other front, SALTxi8, they are just not going to allow that. This team, they have their ears set up everywhere, dude. Look at that. Once again, there are two-man split coming in from their side. Crypto and Ghost going to be in the center of the zone, whereas Uzum along with his teammate are out in the open, Uzum and Blade. And once again, this team, there is no stopping them. There is absolutely no stopping them. With that, as we move on in with the fourth zone, the center of the zone right now is in control rather from the side of Team QWERTY. So that is a really wonderful turn of events, and Team QWERTY again have all the 4 players alive. They've not been part of any fights as of now. As the teams start jumping in, this is when things are going to get very, very chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, QWERTY, we haven't really heard of them much, right?
Right,
The
true.
course of the evening, one of the names that keeps on, rather, that used to keep on popping on my mouth every next 3 to 4 minutes, but they have been invisible. I do not know if that's intentional, but they haven't made a lot of noise in the lobby. Maybe this could be the game where it all changes, as QWERTY now against their former teammate Voltrox, and I mean that's not a good way to be there. That's not a good position. But look at Gravity, you know, the cojones on the slot just pushing through. And the moment you kind of tend to build up smokes for yourself, that the moment you know, your enemy sort of has an idea as to where you are. But right now, you know, Regicide have already been pushed upon, with Ahmed finding that knock onto its bars, as Nocto had a perfect angle but still could not capitalize. Opening up the ADS not being a rather wise option for him, but he still sprays and prays and will go greedy for that finish point, as his teammates will come in, and it's going to be Ash against the three players of Regicide, as Nocto still trying to jump and pounce around and get the finish. But it seems like 4VTFT have no intentions of engaging anymore, or indeed, as it seems that they do, as Dani has chimed in, as well as Zyro J elsewhere is getting those knocks and finishes confirmed, as Star are taking down XG. But right now, a lot of fights are happening as we speak of, as XGeneration, they wipe out NorthEsports. Alright.
Ouch moments right there for the side of NorthEsports. They did have a little bit of a recovery in the previous game, but this time around they've not been allowed to survive for more than 18 minutes in the game, with that 12 team surviving. Team Star again on a bully spray from their side. 4VTFD, they tried to take on Regicide, but they've lost their numbers now to a two-man army, and Regicide are still maintaining the higher ground in this fight based on the numbers that they've got. But they need to play it right. They definitely need to get those points and walk out of this fight with still 3 players that are surviving right here. But again, Dani and Ash, will they allow that to happen? Again, as we look onto the minimap, both these teams, they are very much close to the edge of the zone, and it seems like Ash is going to be getting away from that and will try and work towards the placement points. On the other front, SALTxi8 just holding on that edge of the zone against the position, or rather the rotation from XGeneration.
Oh yeah, as you know, 4VTFT, somehow they've managed to keep themselves alive, but right now
the zone,
yeah, that is something that I'm concerned about, because you know what QWERTY are gonna do is just try to gatekeep them. But indeed, it's just not them this time. It's also the players of Magnus, as Dani, the last player surviving, and it's the 4th circle, so the damage amount is gonna be a little bit more. And well, he's kept himself alive. He's checking out on where the shots are exactly coming from, and this is so disastrous. Already having his buggy tires flattened out, there is nowhere for him to hide anymore or run away.
Absolutely, these fights taken out in the open, where Magnus's Cairo got all the information, is not going to allow 4VTFD to get away from there. Again, the team of 4VTFD, they are at the edge. They've made it into the zone, but they are at the edge. And Magnus, I mean, they are in no hurry at all. They know that they are surrounded by teams. They're going to have to wait it out, get the information, and then try and take on those retaliatory push that is going to be required from their side. On the other front, Team QWERTY, who are looking very much in comfort of the zone, very much in the center. The zone has moved away, and that is what I'm actually very much looking forward to, because SALTxi8 are in the south and they have the entirety of the zone to make it their own.
Oh yes, they certainly do, and this could clearly be their game. And Khan has already been taken out of the picture, as Goose, he's on a killing spree, spotting out Ali. And you know, Goose has of course missed out on a lot of matches, so he clearly wants to make up for all of those games and wants to get back into the elimination leaderboard. As we do see, you know, kill feed completely just dancing around, one after the other, the teams falling out. As SALTxi8, are they aware of TUS presence down below? I think King Crypto clearly knows what to do, where the smokes are. That is exactly where he's just going to be trying to lob his grenade. But TUF make a movement, as Virus and Edgar, the 2 lonesome survivors, they charge in at Crypto's direction. But is Ghost fast enough to spot them out? Ghost taking a little bit of a damage over there. TUF having that little HP advantage as they keep on pushing. Virus taking some huge damage.
Ooh, wow.
And it is just that one grenade from Ghost that is going to be sufficient, ample to finish the 2 of TUF and throw them out of the lobby.
Absolutely, and Ghost is still not yet done. Look at his mini spray as he takes on another shot against the players of 3x, where he knows Kronos and he spots. Exactly, he spots a little bit of that pixel, takes a shot, but will not be able to damage anything. But again, the information has been obtained from the side and has been given away to the players of 3x as well. Now, Ghost has to be careful. One thing that I've noticed in today's play from the side of Ghost from SALTxi8 is the fact that he's overeager to impress, and definitely does so with some miraculously set up skills for his side.
Oh yeah, when Ghost is running along, how could Blade be left far behind as his brother keeps on collecting a few more? And it's the same old story, ladies and gentlemen.
Dude.
SALTxi8 just making a mockery of this entire lobby as if they were bullies in high school. But someone needed to teach them manners. Maybe it's going to be Usama from Star. It's going to be interesting as Goose has also been taken down. So Team Star really bringing on the heat on SALTxi8, Lakshay.
They definitely are. They were the ones who were in contestation in the center of the zone against the positioning of SALTxi8, and now as soon as 52X spotted them, they are trying to give a little bit of damage, and same can be said for the side of Team QWERTY as they try and get into the zone as of now. And again, that has been contested from the position of Magnus. Now Magnus in a ditch, very tricky situation. A wonderful setup nade parade from the side of QWERTY is going to be the end of Magnus Esports as of now, where we do see Gravity creating a flank angle. Wolverine right now trying to push on and make on an aggressive push with just a sliver of an HP. Mom2 will survive, but not for long as his head is spotted, and that is going to be the end. And with that, this side of QWERTY in just a matter of seconds will deliver the most massive blow, and Magnus gets eliminated. 5 teams remaining, 15 total players surviving, and all of that, SALTxi8 have been able to get the revival on their teammates.
Yes, I mean, if there are heroes in a movie, there certainly are villains, and I do not know who is what, but QWERTY against SALTxi8 definitely seems possible in the foreseeable future right here in this particular map as FMxSKY, one after the other, they're just getting shredded apart. And Star, they are dishing so much hurt on every single team, and Gravity seems to have been spotted out by ZyroJ as there's no chance on earth that Kian could get back up, but Crypto, well, after that beautiful knock, and this is what we were talking about, the fight finally breaks down. It is QWERTY versus SALTxi8.
This is the player I was looking at, Ash from the side of Metershot. I was looking onto the map, and from behind for the placement of Star, it is going to be Ash all by his lonesome who can deliver some X Factor, and there he does. Hunk goes down. Now it's all up to Ash to bring in the UMP and break that control that Zyro was bringing just a couple of minutes ago. Jay definitely in control, but yeah, UMP versus UMP. ZyroJ was very much warmed up with the fights that he was taking and completely dominates in doing so. Metershot get eliminated on the 4th spot. 3 teams surviving. Team QWERTY with the 3 players advantage pushing on to SALTxi8.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is the fight we were all waiting for. Blade absolutely burning in flames, needs to learn how to drop and roll as QWERTY. They want some extra speed, but this is the Mexican standoff that I was also worried about as Usama chimes himself, could not really keep himself away from all that fight, all that noise being created, as he's going to go in deep for the finish, but it's going to be Blade who stops Usama over there with that knock and will eventually want to knock out Wolverine as well, as the numbers for QWERTY have certainly dwindled down, as Crypto is somehow gonna quickly heal himself up. But look at the zone blotter completely falling to the laps of the players of Team Star. How do SALTxi8 pull out of this particular situation?
I would say don't. I mean, they've got 10 elimination points already confirmed for their side. Team Star has got 10 elimination points. Now it's just about prowess as to who gets that chicken dinner. Because again, both these teams, they've showcased to the entire lobby the aggressive stance that they walk out with. Numbers advantage definitely working in the favor of Team Star. But they, again, as you look onto the minimap, they're very much hooched up in that small little area, right? With the numbers advantage working for their side, with the zone working for their side, they should try and get a little bit of a fanned out spread approach as Team SALTxi8 Susan was trying. But again, out in the open, he's going to be caught, and Osama bringing in some massive blows. Look at that. His health is all the way down, but he does not care because the chicken dinner is so close, and this is what is going to deliver Team Star their chicken dinner for the day. 13 elimination points, moving all the way on to the 6th with 28 total points from the game.
Boy, finally a much needed respite for Team Star, as they definitely needed the chicken dinner, and well, what a well-earned victory, I must say, right? Of course, the zone kind of blessing Team Star towards the end, as SALTxi8 were completely done. They had no vehicles, they had no means to escape, and I'm pretty sure they did not have any smokes as well. I mean, from the minute one, they have been engaging in fights all along, right? It is somewhere down the line, it's bound to sort of stop. And I think overall a really interesting, fun game of Miramar we just got to witness again. We were looking for a few teams to get to see if they've made their way inside and have they collected enough points, or are they doing well? Have they learned from their mistakes? I think few teams have done, but few things, well, like they say, the old habits don't really die. And it's kind of visible, Lakshay, and it kind of breaks my heart because
True.
watching teams like FMR3D not playing the Super Weekend number 3 again is not a good news, right? It's not a
No.
good news, of course. But you never know.
True.
Still a lot of games to go. You never know. Anything can happen.
Absolutely. I mean, for today, we still have one final game remaining, viewers. That's going to be on Erangel. But before we jump into that and talk about the fight that just took place on Miramar, we're going to go on a short little break. Stick around. We're going to be right back.
Go!
It's your chance.
To reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, now before we talk about what really happened in the game of Miramar, I'm pretty sure you did see the Oppo F21 Pro in all its might
Oh,
and
yes.
glory with that sunset orange, really looking dope. But I mean, sure, you guys would want to check that one out. Make sure you have it because who knows? I mean, you're gonna be in the next PMPL, and it's gonna be us, both of us, casting you, and you're gonna be thankful that we gave our advices to you guys, because to get your chicken dinners, you need to have a very well built phone, and that
True.
certainly is an example. But now, getting back to business, Lakshay, what an amazing Miramar it was. A change
yes.
for our taste, and I'm pretty sure the MVPs should be someone from Team Star. Who's gonna be? It is, of course, Usama. The way he's been playing, 5 elimination, shows how well. I think the one moment of brilliance that I really witnessed from his side was the last finish that he took, right? Getting 2 players knocked down of
Right,
Team
right.
SALTxi8, then still, managing to survive, because that is the thriving ground. That is where SALTxi8 is really deadly, right? They bait their players a lot. When I really thought that Crypto was moving around, Uzum would be firing back and would eventually get a trade, and that is the only trick that they could have played to get themselves in contention. But Usama, he did not care. He just took down every single player over there.
Dude, this is what I love about the battleground, right? I mean, when you're part of that fight, that adrenaline rush that you end up getting, right? Of course, you're already getting 2 players sprayed on, already seeing them knock. Of course, you're getting damage as well, but that adrenaline rush is so much that you just want to keep on getting that more and more. And of course, that was the final blow in the coffin that got Osama, of course, along with his team, getting that chicken dinner. And with that, as we move on through to the top players, Ghost moving in from the side of SALTxi8 in the second position, along with God Fury, his opponent team, Team Star, on that third spot. Now, one thing, I believe you're the one, Fixes, that mentioned this, right? Or was it CA? That for SALTxi8, today they are just competing amongst themselves, the
Yep.
entirety of the team. As we've seen, they move into those zones and then they're taking individual fights. We've seen 2-man splits coming in from their side, and those two players also end up playing their own individual battles and fights.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt, right? It's clearly visible that SALTxi8 have only one intention, objective, that is to absolutely dominate the kill leaderboards. I mean, I really hope that we could have them on the English interview someday, because
Oh yeah, in the
don't we feel
finals,
le-
right?
I mean, I'm feeling left out personally. I mean, I would also want to talk to the players, and the production apparently seems
Don't worry.
unhappy with us, not letting us the chance. I mean, I've been requesting production to do that, but yeah,
No,
you
no, no.
guys in the chat should ask, make a demand that we also want to see some players interviewing on the live broadcast. But yeah, talking about the match summary, it's clearly, it's just and Uzim and Momtu just pitching in a little bit, just Notching.
Just a little bit. Yep.
Yeah.
Showcasing that they're also part of they're also part of the lobby. They're also here taking on some shots here and there. And again, nothing taken away from both of these, or rather all three of those teams actually, because Magnus Esports were also one of those teams that were looking in week 2 a little bit not the best placement, or rather the best game that they had showcased, but in week 3 they seem to be definitely rising up the ashes. Dude, another thing that I do want to bring up for the side of 3x actually, 3x has been consistent. I mean, they've not been getting a lot of points, but they have definitely been consistent throughout the day that I've been looking at them. Much more so for the side against the players of TMW or North Esports for that matter, is 3x or even FMxR3D for that matter.
Yeah, I mean, these few teams, I guess this is one of the only good games of FMR3D that we are witnessing. You know, the 5 points, at least it's something, right? Something is clearly better than nothing. But taking a look at how Star started off the journey from Puerto Paraiso, and how they rotated around all the way from that little bit of an eastern highway that they had, you know, taking it on. And I think they did all the things right, because you ideally expect the circle to shift towards La Bendita, which also they did, right? They did stop off over there, and then they realized, this zone's gone towards graveyard. And now with every little shift, you could clearly see how quickly Lakshay they were rotating, right? And this is one of the reasons why they could get a good spot and why they could capitalize on the other teams fighting it out and eventually ending off with the chicken dinner.
Absolutely. I mean, from the first zone all the way into the third zone, where they moved on the top part of graveyard, right? That is when it seemed like, all right, 52x Rage definitely looking very much in contestation for this game, because that was the only team from that northern region that moved into the zone. And then from south, we had SALTxi8 slowly creeping up. And again, the perfect way for 52x Rage to be able to capitalize, again, we've seen is aggression. And that aggressive stance, they were able to just completely hold it steady, get those elimination points, and that chicken dinner working for their side as well. But again, with that, this is going to be the last league play, viewers, for these teams. It is very, very crucial for these teams to place in the top 16 right here in the 2 days. And a few of these teams, they are trying, but it is looking very, very tough with only one game remaining. With that, we are graced with the Oppo F21 Pro moments, and North Esports taking that first blood situation in their hands, but soon after, they were greeted with North Esports' elimination.
Yeah, I mean, that did happen, right? One of the squads winning out a fight, and then the next moment someone else comes in and takes them down. I think seems the hangover from Sanhok hasn't really dripped yet, right? Players just engaging in third parties one after the other, so clearly visible, right? But regardless, I mean, this week has to be so special, right? Besides the fate of all the Pakistani teams out here, because you know it's basically history being written, right? For the first time ever, Pakistan finally getting its own PMPL. Now a lot of teams do not get that. You know, a few of the teams just have to participate in their region's PMPL, getting a personal one, you know, just made for you. It's a whole different honor. Clearly shows how much the people love their PUBG Mobile. But yeah, I think this game was pretty much all about how the circle really shifted, how Team Star held on to the center every single time, that little high ground always being maintained, and you could clearly see, right, it was a textbook chicken dinner. They did not do anything flashy, they did not do anything out of the box or any of those plays that you know, you would wonder as like, oh my goodness, how did they pull this one off? You know, that was not the case, but everything was so simple, so subtle, that you know, it was gracious. It was so beautiful to watch them get all these knocks and confirmations.
Absolutely. And again, for the side of Team Star, they are slowly but surely making it a point for the lobby to know that they are also a very heavy hitter when it comes to the lobby. On the other front, for the side of Team QWERTY, actually, I mean, they haven't gotten a chicken dinner when it comes to those super weekends. They're looking very comfortable, by the way, viewers, on the overall reckon. So they are going to be moving into the finals, no two ways about it. But when it comes to this week's play in the league play days itself, Team QWERTY are playing it a bit too shy for my liking, actually.
I mean, this is what I was talking about, right? Uzim going out, I expected either Crypto or you know, vice versa to give the cover fire. But clearly seems, you know, they have decided we are just going to be wearing the same colors, but we're not teammates, right? You're on your own, you get your kills, good for you. If you don't, never mind, we've already qualified. And the way SALTxi8 has been playing, I'm pretty sure, you know, of course, they did get done with all their games for the evening. I'm pretty sure they
Yep.
must be content, if not the happiest, with how they've performed, right? Because there's still some other teams that have done better than them, and at least in this game, it was Team Star, right? Someone needed to put a leash on SALTxi8, and yeah, feels good.
That is
A
true.
team like Star comes in and says, "Hey, stop it. You've done enough. You've killed enough people. Now it's our time." And yeah, getting the chicken dinner, they're gonna feel a little bit happy. But I'm not gonna look at happier things. I'm gonna look at the grim, sinister side of Fixes, which looks at Quraysh and TmW not really getting much out of this game, and the same can be said for XGeneration. Lakshay, one good game, one chicken dinner, and the next game they just fluster it all up.
Well, sinister fixes in the house, mates. All right, so well, dude, that I would definitely agree with. But is it too late? I think it is, right? I think it is when it comes down to the way FMX have been playing. Not looking too good. On the other front, moving on to the overall ranking, SALTxi8 definitely going to be comfortable. 55 points covered in the 4 games that they've played, and they're done with league play 1 at least for today with their games. So a big margin that they've created for themselves. But as we move on through, Regicide looking very dominating and will be able to jump into the Super Weekend if tomorrow goes absolutely against their position. But as we move on through to the page number 2, now this is where I wanted to look at teams, the teams that are on that bottom of the totem pole. FMxR3D sitting on 10 points in the 3 games they've played. Yeah, this is just looking like a done deal for R3D, I think.
Yeah, I mean, none of them are doing good. I mean, look at all these teams over here, because it's just that one little good game that will take you out right from the bottom half to maybe to the potential 3rd or 4th rank. And well, I mean, at this point, you've got to understand the fact that today, the final game, just the one remaining, you've got to make it count. But it sort of pushes it into thinking, what has gone wrong with Quraysh Esports, right? I mean, you take a look at the previous Super Weekend, they were still looking a little sound. They were still not the bottommost team in the lobby, and today it's kind of a completely different Quraysh we're observing, not taking those fights, kind of being a little reluctant, not looking in sync at all. I mean, Money, he was such an dominating player. He had been taking so many clutches all by his lonesome, but today he looks to be completely off. There was one game where he was also subbed out. I really thought, they're gonna get their best players to play, and Money did come eventually, but hasn't really made his impact felt yet.
True, very true, very true, all those points. And if I have to pick one team that I wouldn't say really rooting for, but I want to see in the Super Weekend from all of these teams would be North Esports. I mean, North Esports, the way that they actually were able to come into the second Super Weekend and showcase a little bit of a prowess, the way that they played, I would want them to be able to have the opportunity to continue on with that journey. Right now, they're sitting on the 13th position in the 3 games that they've played. So this is going to be their 4th and final game. But if they're just able to keep up this sort of a momentum tomorrow as well, I would really love to see that team jump into the Super Weekend compared to, I shouldn't point it out like this, but I am going to say it based on the stats, FMxR3D. I mean, 3x for that matter. I mean, these are teams that even if they are able to participate in the Super Weekend, the final Super Weekend, it's just not the kind of lobby that I want to see.
I mean, honestly, it kind of breaks our heart a little bit, because
it does, big time.
Kind of coming down to the end game, because after this, just the finals remain after this Super Weekend. But it kind of all gets decided here itself, right? In these 2 days, because once they head into the Super Weekend, you kind of anticipate that, yeah, they're gonna get those minimal points to make themselves qualified for the finals, and that's going to be their end goal for now. I mean, once you head into the finals, once we get to know, how many teams are going to the next stage, so till then, teams they have their eyes on just qualifying over here. But yeah, I think it's going to be so important for teams like FMR3D to really try and win this one out, because, hey, ladies and gentlemen, again, it's the map of Erangel. Thankfully, we do not have SALTxi8. Thankfully, we're going to see some other team trying to dominate. But along with SALTxi8, we also do not have Quantum Rage, Quraysh, and TmW. Having
Exactly.
4 of their games played. Quantum Rage also, I mean, few good games. I mean, nothing taken away. But still, the Quantum Rage, Lakshay, that we did see in the first Super Weekend has to
Right.
be the best version of Quantum Rage I've seen so far.
In fact, I would stand to argue that there are so many teams that we saw in the first week that were really looking powerful. You talk about Magnus, you talk about Quantum Rage, right? They were just absolutely ferocious when it came to the lobby. Same, of course, for known teams as well, for Freestyle, for Clarity. And then from that week, we move into the second week where we had a complete different shift. We had the likes of Team H2E, right? We had the likes of North Esports and the others who were, and then in all of that, of course, SALTxi8 were just playing a league of their own. So every single week, I would say we've had different teams who've really stood up and showcased their prowess into the lobby. There've been consistent teams throughout, like the side of Team QWERTY, always been there, steady pace, no question, no problem whatsoever at all. 52x Rage, again, based on the aggressive stance, a steady pace is how they pushed on along. The grounders, ups and downs is what we're looking at. So a divided lobby is what we're actually noticing here. But one thing is for sure that when it comes to tomorrow, you've actually mentioned it as well, if I'm not mistaken, that tomorrow is where the teams are going to be absolutely trying to get into that YOLO approach, right? And that is where the teams that are really on the precipice of being able to participate in that Super Weekend are going to get hurt the most, I think.
I mean, yeah, of course. This is exactly the reason why you've got to collect or amass enough points for yourself in the first day, which a lot of them could not or did not. Now, taking a look at how the SALTxi8 has been approaching the lobby, do you expect them to stop tomorrow? No. I mean, that's 100% sure. I mean, I'm not going to be surprised if all 4 of the players just randomly drop off in the map and play as if it were a classic lobby. I mean, that is also possible, and there are also high chances that they get away with clutches. They've done that in the past. So yeah, it started with SALTxi8. You never know. Anybody could follow suit, right? Anybody could follow their tracks. Anybody could do what they were trying to do, and that is when you, as a team who are on the bottom, just struggling to scrap your way through and get to the Super Weekend. That is where you are going to be in deep waters, because you yourself would not have any idea as to what to expect out of the lobby, and that is where the teams really need to have that wake-up call. It's still not the end of the world for all the bottom half of the teams there. One chicken dinner, Lakshay, one chicken dinner could completely change the game for them, and well, it's just one map for the evening remaining though.
Absolutely. One final game for the day. Once this is done, only 4 games are going to remain for all the 20 teams that are going to be played tomorrow. 4 games is all they get the opportunity to jump into the Super Weekend, and then of course they qualify on for the grand finals and all of that. But again, a very, very decisive game is what is going to be showcased, or hopefully should be showcased, from these teams that are sitting at that bottom of the leaderboard. I mean, we've got TmW, we've got 3x, we've got FMxR3D, you've got Quraysh Esports. Now let's talk a little bit about Quraysh Esports as well, right? When it came to the second week right there, in the Super Weekend itself, we did see a lot of hit and miss sort of a play style coming in from Quraysh Esports. One, when they do hit, they hit it absolutely on point and they walk away with really good game. And if they don't, then they're just not able to make a mark in the lobby altogether itself, is what I've noticed. What do you think though?
I mean, there have been moments for Quraysh, like I said, right? They're very instinctive players. There are points when you kind of think that how did they even try and pull this one off? How could you do that? And then exactly the same words being said. How could you even do that? In the manner, how could you let that fight throw? Right? How could you throw that fight away? We've seen the 2 contrasting versions of Quraysh this time, but I really want to see the former, right? I really want to see the Quraysh that does get a few chicken dinners, that does get a lot of really good games, which has been sort of kind of silent for the evening. But here we are for one last time for the evening as the flight path trajectory goes down south. Now this sort of starts putting me into thought, where is the zone going to be formed? And we do know the infamous history that the final games of Erangel carry in this PMPL at the very least.
That is true. That is so very true. Unexpected trolley zones many a times coming in from the PUBG gods. But along with that, as we do see the teams slowly making their drop locations, we don't have SALTxi8. So, of course, the military base is going to be open for contestation. And it seems like, if I'm not mistaken, Clarity are going to be running for that, or are they going to be sticking down to the ferry pier itself? With that, the zone taking an easter front this time around. It is going to be towards the mansion that is going to be the center, and this is just going to be absolutely helping the teams out because so many of them, majority of them, are going to be in the comfort of the zone. With that, as the teams get themselves acclimated, I want to take the conversation back to what Fixes mentioned a couple of minutes ago. That is the side of Pakistan region getting their PMPL, right? Now, I really want to be able to commend the region as well. If you remember, Fixes, back in the day, dude, I mean, I'm talking about quite a way back in the day. You had only few select teams that would come to name or come to your head when it came down to Pakistan region. And you knew every single time those teams are going to be, break in without sweat. They're going to be the ones who will definitely dominate. Right?
Yeah,
I mean, I'm sure you know those two teams that I'm talking about already.
Just a handful of them, right?
Just a handful.
Like you talk about, well, we had Bablu back
Exactly.
then. They were one of the forces to be reckoned with. We had the old QWERTY. Khan's
Yep.
lineup along with Rahman, and even the squad of Crypto and Uzim. They came.
Exactly.
They were there, but they came into limelight. I think for the past 1 year. Before
Right.
they were there, but they weren't as good. But of course, this region has had its own fair share of challenges, right? With a lot of unwanted things happening, but they still have overcome up to the point, they have managed to secure their own PMPL, which is quite an achievement of its own.
See, that's what. Just to add on to what I was going to say along with that is that, yep, at that point in time, we only had these 2-3 select teams that everybody knew the name of, right, the back of their hand. But now, as the competition has actually progressed on in the entire year and a half, so many teams that we're looking at. I mean, we've got so many new teams that have been showcasing wonderful prowess plays in this lobby, and that itself is like kudos to the entire Pakistan region for taking the battleground so seriously. With that, it is FS once again in the early few minutes of the game itself that is going to get caught off guard. 2,000 meters away from the zone is where they're at, and it is going to be the grounders players, Shaptar, getting that first elimination point and that first blood situation going in his favor. With that, 63 players alive, and MetershotxSKY is Maxi. That's being
Hey,
okay. Too
you've got to do
careful.
what you got to do. I mean,
Yep, that's true as
you
well.
can
Yeah.
never be too careful in PUBG Mobile, right? You can
Hey,
never.
fair enough.
The moment you scroll and maybe think, oh, I made it. The moment you go in, there must be someone ready with a shotgun, just popping your entire head off, just revealing all that grey, tiny little matter inside of your head and just spluttering it. And yeah, of course, I mean, well, this was something uneventful, and what Shapatad really did to Wasi. They usually do not cross paths against each other. They kind of tend to avoid to, but this is what we were talking about, right? Expect the unexpected. This is
Right.
all the third week is about, and yeah, I think the grounders finding some good ground over there. They managed to get that knock, and this is again the same old XGeneration QWERTY love story that we kind of bored because Khan, if you remember, during the Super Weekend only, he did this in that one game of Erangel. Did manage to find one of the players knocked out and eventually went on to get finished himself. But what an interesting circle assignment. It's an Eastern one. And somewhere down the line, I really would want it to go towards the extremities, the Lipovka shorelines. What about you, Lakshay?
That would be wonderful. That would be absolutely perfect if that ends up happening. But I believe you also called earlier for sort of like a not today, but in earlier game, you actually called for a zone down towards Rozok or Pachinki as well. I mean, that looks very unlikely. But have you seen a zone like that, or rather shift like that, when a destination is very much at the edge and the zone completely shifts towards it?
Yeah, I mean, that has happened. That has happened on multiple occasions, right? And these are the sort of anomalies that we aren't really prepared for. But yeah, the teams need to always have a plan C, plan D, whatever it needs to take. And at moments like that, I must say, just rely on your instincts, right? Believe in yourself, because
Right,
towards
that's
the
true.
very end, it kind of comes down to confidence, right? If you're confident enough to, make that ballsy push, you are either ways going to do that, and you're going to win your duels absolutely right. But at the the same time, you need to be a little bit, stuck onto the ground. You just can't feel like you're the best player on the server, and you can't really be complacent. And in TPP mode, especially, just go head on without, any knocks or anything. You might be the best player in the world, you will still get taken down just by that little creeper who's hiding behind a bush, or maybe just lurking around the walls of your house. Now, they're gonna take you
True
down,
that.
right? You can never just be too careful, right? In this game, at least. But yeah, I think talking about this circle, I mean, we're witnessing a few of the teams kind of trying to rotate early on, right? SALTxi8's not playing this one, so pretty much the military base was vacant. I was surprised none of them really went for it. All the teams rather chose to drop at their designated drop locations.
Exactly. And well, that leaves only MetershotxSKY being the only team that is going to be on that military base. And on the overall ranking, they're looking comfortable on that 11th position, as we can see. As we move on through, again, two of these teams, my apologies, TmW and Quraysh Esports are not playing. So we've got 4VTFD as well as FMxR3D who are part of this lobby. Just a few minutes ago, we did see Esports making a rotation away. They were in Rosehawk, very close to the position of FMxR3D. And as of now, it is going to be these teams that are going to be trying to get into the center of the zone. 3X, once again, finding themselves very much in the center, very close to the shelter. And that is where we do have Regicide also chiming in along. So a lot of teams that are trying to get busy into the center of the zone. And of course, things are going to get heated up as we move on from this first zone towards the second shift. But in all of that, the Grounders team that love to go down towards Primorsk, they are catching up with the Blues. They are going to be far, far away from the zone as of now. Haven't yet started making a rotation, actually. On the other front, Regicide, as we were just talking about it, center of the zone towards the shelter region, we do have Team Star also, with the Scarl God Fury trying to take on a knock and a spray, but will not be able to connect to the team. And FMxR3D on the other front, as they did see Esports walk away, or rather try and make a rotation from that Rozhok, they are going to be catching up to them and delivering a massive blow as well. In doing so, one of the players from Esports has been eliminated. So FMxR3D off to a decent start, but again, they need to make that rotation. They need to get into the safety of a compound rather than being out in the open. And that is when we can maybe come back to this team and see what exactly will they be eyeing out for from this final game.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's going to be really interesting. But again, Regicide find themselves on the worst side of things, as one of their players has already been knocked out, as Insane. He's going to go after the vehicle of Zyro-J, still not being able to destroy it. But look at this, we are in here for some bizarre circles, and I feel like, the circle this time, it's going to go all the way east, as Voltrox, he's going to struggle a little, squirm around, as Osama mercilessly just lobs that grenade at his direction. And finally, Voltrox being thwarted off from this lobby, as the fight still sort of continues, as Nocto having that little higher ground wizard tower under his control. Down below remains Vaz, but Star, I really liked how they engaged and how they're trying to create angles around Regicide. They're not looking scared, and that's a good sign.
That definitely is. And again, I mean, the over-aggressive side of Team Star always kicks in. And I mean, they're the Hulks of the lobby when it comes to these sort of fights, and taking these sort of fights at least, because they love to jump in with guns blazing to the face, just like Hulk does. And they are able to actually capitalize on those fights as well. As we can see right now, it's going to be Gyro-J along with the Scarl. I'm looking at a lot of teams actually using the Scarl this time around. It seems like a little bit of a change in the meta. Correct me if I'm wrong, Fixes.
So, I mean, the thing with Scarl is the way it kind of hit her head, right? So it's very simple. You've got to aim at the body, and the weapon kick that you get, right, kind of shifts directly at the head. So the chances of landing a headshot after a body, if you do that, increases exponentially. And in turn, after hitting a shot, you almost do around, let's say, 20 damage. And then a headshot, a pure 80, is kind of looks like a 2 or 3 bullets knock. So that's again one of the reasons why players are preferring Scarl these days quite often. And you just need to get acquainted with it. And Scarl, of course, offers you a little bit of a faster fire rate, and the weapon kick that you get, right, is also really good in comparison to M4. Scarl has always been my choice of weaponry amongst the 5.56 chambered guns. And
Right.
right now, the players are realizing its true potential and they are starting to use it.
That is so very true indeed. I mean, again, nothing taken away from your conversation. Rather, to add on, I also absolutely love to play with the Scarrel, but I was just thinking about it. I mean, in this lobby, in the Pakistani lobby, we're looking at a lot of them jumping into the meta for Scarrel as it's comfortable for them. But again, when it comes to the world view of things, we've got players actually moving on to barrels, and again, that is a different leap altogether when you move on, right, in terms of the choice of gun that you're going to have and the spray that you're going to be looking at from 5.56 compared to the 7.62. So again, a little bit of still a little bit of a climb, I guess, is what I'm talking about when it comes to the lobby that they're going to have to take when it comes to those gun choices. But in the end, it does not really matter because there are third party situations. There are moments where you just absolutely get the perfect spray and able to knock your opponent. So of course, the conversation takes it to a very personal level where you need to be comfortable with the gun. We've seen players actually many times using VSS as well for a little limited time in the start of the year. We did have VSS part of the lobby as well, but never mind all of that conversation because now we move into the fights and it's going to be again 52x range. What other team would it be taking on the fights? And we can see onto the western front, right above Yasnaya, the team is out in the blues as they take on a fight against the grounders.
Look at this shift, right? I mean, you were just asking about it, right? What if the circle completely shifts to a corner? And that has exactly happened over here. We were all thinking that this could be an eastern circle, but the circle has its own tricks to play, and the players are not pleased. They have to travel a lot, and I've got to take a quick look at the map feed actually to have a rather more clearer picture because well, we do see the players of Magnus holding on to the center of the circle, but Team Clarity seem to have found a really good spot as well. But the players of 52x Rage, they're also rotating around Yasnaya. You could clearly see some massive traffic at the eastern side. That is where I'm telling you, in the next 20 seconds, a lot of fights are going to start beginning.
Absolutely, and again, just to add on to that fact, is going to be the rotations that these teams are making on this flank. It is going to be out in the open. Down south of Yasnaya, we've got these open fields, and this is where TUF have just been slowly but surely waiting to pounce on to their opponent like a lion and lioness rather, and that's exactly what they have delivered. But sadly, they were able to give them damage but not get elimination points from that again. So they're going to have to wait. As we can see in the minimap, the yellows, they are a two-man split is how they are approaching this position on the southern regions of Yasnaya. 16 teams are still alive. As these teams jump into this third zone, things are going to get really critical, especially for the teams that find themselves in the center of the zone and are actually out in the open.
Yeah, I mean, right now, this particular circle is going to benefit you if you have got a high ground or a cover, right? And exactly with where Danny is managing to knock one out, but he's not going to get much out of it. He's going to just get that knock because to get a finish, you have got to actually commit because there's a ridge right behind. So, of course, I mean, you've got to prioritize on getting as many vehicles as possible because you can play still around the haystacks and the hay bales around over here. But I really believe, the boys of XGeneration, they've got a good spot as well, holding those little bit of a higher ground squad house, whereas Zigsaw did had intentions, he had noble intentions, or he meant no harm. He just wanted to, hold on to a good place for himself. But TUF, look at this interesting split. So they've got this contingency plan going in. If the circle shifts towards Yasnaya, they've got two players stationed. If the circle goes outside of Yasnaya, they still have two players over there, so to provide the cover fire. So I think TUF has been looking really confident. They've been carrying forward every little bit of it, from the second super weekend and heading on into the third. I think this is one of the teams that we have to, or we must watch out for in the finals.
We definitely have to, and as we move to the north, rather, is what I would like to take the viewers. Okay,
What a
never mind.
joke.
Regicide had just made that northern rotation from all of this eastern flux that's going on. Regicide completely went away from that into the blues to get in from the north, and there you go. The zone definitely moving away from that, just completely trolling the position of so many teams. TUF, as you so perfectly were mentioning, are going to be able to get out of that. And Team Star, we did catch up with this team as they were taking on that fight, but now seems like they extended that fight a bit too much, and in result, they only got one elimination point, and Zyro J, the only player surviving right now. This is going to be a massive rotation for him and his teammates. Yeah, I don't think that revival is possible.
I really feel that the back management could have been done better. You know, you're dropping your first stage, might as well drop all your weapons. If you know that you're going down, that a little bit of a, 5 to 10 seconds of the difference is going to cause a lot. And right now, Ash, he's going really hard at Team 3X over there as Leon is under heavy fire. SkyZ would be lobbing that grenade out, but Ali seems to have been knocked out by Ash as he finds him. Needs to get the finish though, hasn't really been successful as MetershotxSKY. They've made way, they did want to come and try and push, but Kian seems to have been well dealt with.
Well, definitely so, and that in turn is going to be the all-out war that was raging and was going to happen. And in all of that, it is going to be 4VTFD's players who are slowly also going to be able to capitalize on the position and situation. But 3X, they did make a lot of noise. Sadly, were not able to get enough points for their side. And right now, Leon OP taking on one-by-one fights against the players of Magnus, where 4VTFD's Leon is very much interested in completing that cycle and getting that 5th elimination point for his team. And from far away, again, this is not good for QWERTY, where throughout the day we've been talking about Team QWERTY, but they've just not been able to get their stone set in feet.
Yeah.
Feet set in stone. My apologies.
Yeah, I mean, understandable, right? But yeah, I think the way QWERTY has been playing, they do know that they've made it. But right now, we've got a different fight going all together as TUF, one after the other. They're getting those vibes as Thor has earned himself the Grenadier title as they get the better out of Regicide, with just one player escaping. But Regicide, I mean, I really thought that maybe this one could have been the game that they were looking out for, as a grenade comes in from FMR3D. Anubis getting that much needed knock onto its Daku, as the second one will follow suit as Faster goes down as well. And this is the FMR3D that I was so longing for, you know. This is the kind of a push that you should do. Drop your grenades, make sure you get the knock, you apply that extra bit of a pressure on your opponent, and then only go in for the push, as Clarity seem to have pushed at Magnus. Let's see how they hold themselves off.
Well, a four-man team. Teen Wolf was knocked, but the revival has been given away. Magnus Esports, they are spread out. They've got them spread out too thin, because Cairo and Adil are towards one side, whereas their teammates are on a completely different flank, where even if they try Mom2 and of course Spectre, they won't be able to give that cover. Okay, my word. Adil completely stopping that push from the side of Qwerty Esports, and in doing so, this one man, Adil, is able to bring down so many players from Clarity, and slowly but surely, where it seemed like the numbers advantage should favor the side of Qwerty Esports, it is not the case, where Cairo and Adil, all by their lonesome, have been able to give a very damaging blow to the Clarity's position and the push.
Yeah, I mean, at this particular point, Clarity, the way they've been holding themselves off has been nothing short of bizarre, right? The way they pushed it, and Magnus being so very well prepared. Look at this, you know, Mom2 still gets knocked somehow. Drolin is going to go a little greedy. Was not able to successfully get the finish, and it hurts as Clarity Esports. I mean, now we've been so hard on the other teams that Clarity haven't been doing that well either, Lakshay.
Very true. Very, very true indeed. I mean, first week saw a little bit of a hope from their side, but throughout from that, they've just been slowly but surely falling down a ladder every single game at a time. With that TUF, I mean, this team started off really strong, and it seems like they are content. Not really, because they seem to be wanting to dominate the final game on Erangel itself, where it comes to the way that they've been able to control the fights and take on the fights that they know they'll be able to get those elimination points, is the only ones they try and chime in too. With that, as we look onto the minimap, I mean, the western front is all theirs, and they are so well spread out the side of TUF, actually, I just noticed. So it is going to be a little tricky for them to be able to take this fight all by their lonesome, where Virus is down to almost 30% HP with a UMP, and H2E pushing on to their tracks. H2E need this game, they need these points. Throughout the day, H2E have not been able to capitalize on wonderful situations, but this is the moment. TUF got a little too greedy, spread out a bit too thin, and H2E, just as a team should, pushed on together and got that elimination. With that, 3 players surviving for the side of Team TUF.
Oh yeah, a team that has certainly been the most remarkable today, but H2E haven't heard a lot of noises from their side. Just that one little game where they were looking really nice, but for now, H2E just beside TUF. Now TUF, also have to get themselves inside the circle. It's going to be such an interesting approach as to how they do that. How do they steer away from the fights? How do they find a good position to contest from as H2E? All I can see them is just dropping smokes left, right, and center. And I'm starting to wonder why. Is it because they've been compromised? Because I really find themselves at a certain corner, right? And there's nobody really taking any shots at their direction. So wasting your utilities like that, is it justified though?
Okay, I shouldn't point it out like this, but if only they knew the team that they are trying to fight off against the side of H2E is FMxR3D. So nothing taken away from the performance of FMxR3D, but I do believe H2E could maybe showcase a little bit more of an aggressive stance rather than taking that defensive approach with all the smokes that they've surrounded themselves with. And again, to no will, because the zone moves away and MetershotxSKY is one final player. Ash is going to be in the center, but he's only a one-man strong army. On the other front, as I was just talking about FMxR3D, my vote is definitely going to be going against, and that is exactly what I wanted. No castless curse coming in here, and it is FMxR3D delivering their wonderful play. 6 elimination points already confirmed, and they are still wanting to get some more. Not before Dread gets a knock though.
Yeah, and these are the kind of open pushes you should tend to always avoid, right? Where was the cover fire when Anubis was moving around? FMR3D really need to fix their ING yelling department. They really need to be very well synced with each other, right? Like a one well-oiled unit, right? Because it clearly seems off. Individually, yes, the players are good. But 3 of them, they've played with each other. They've been playing with each other from the very beginning. It's just Pika. And then suddenly you just can't use it as an excuse anymore, right? You're making that move. You've got to expect someone to be on your backlines as now Pan spotting out Edgar does fire a few shots at his direction. As we can see, Edgar just cooking up his grenades perfectly up for Pan. Well, does not make it the distance though, but Hacker, he's gonna take his own chances this time. But finally, Edgar connects, and now he might get knocked as well, but it's just a nade barrage going on. As finally TmwEsports decide to push in, as Assad gets spotted out right in the open. Edgar, just by the whiskers, gets that knock Lakshay, as Thor will get the final finish, and with that, Team H2E out of the server.
Absolutely, and I want to bring our attention to the viewers towards MetershotxSKY, a team that has been quiet throughout the entirety of the game. They found themselves at the southern edge of this zone, and since then they've been quiet. And as soon as they get out of that comfort of the compound, get out in the fight, these teams that are so warmed up, taking on so many elimination points for themselves, they just completely pincer down all the bullets and led towards the position of MetershotxSKY. Now, MetershotxSKY are looking not so good because, again, their players have been brought down to Avenger OP and Snow, the 2-man army, and TUF. Dude, they are playing this to perfection. The same can be maybe said for FMxR3D as well, where this final day, they've somehow found exactly what we were waiting to see from their side.
Yeah, but take a look at this. R3D's Pika.
Look at that.
Finally starting to step up. This could be the game that FMR3D was so longing for, as Avenger and Snow, the last 2 players out of MetershotxSKY, remain, as they've built up their smoke walls. They've got to make their way through the circle with a lot of watchful eyes at them. And look at this circle shift. It has to be so ridiculous. Not even a single soul inside the zone, but Pika finding that knock, a much needed one on Avenger. Can he get the finish? But before that, Pika gets the second one. At this time, he's going all berserk, gets a knock onto its paw, as he's gonna keep on continuing with the domination. And FMR3D, I believe they've heard our words and they are really angry. But this is the FMR3D I want to see on every single day.
That is so true, of course. I mean, they doing this sort of a playstyle on the final day, I don't really understand why were they hiding all of this wonderful skill. With that, MetershotxSKY is no taking on a shot against TUF's Edgar, and that should definitely get him the elimination points as well. As of now, not yet, but it seems like Team Star's Gyro is finally going to be chiming in along as well. He's the one final player who's been surviving all by his lonesome for the side of Team Star, and now it seems like he has decided that, all right, it's do and die situation. I need to get those points for myself. FMxR3D holding on steady against the position of TUF, and TUF again and again, they keep on giving away those positions, and Hassan OP is right on point to get that Scarl right to the damaging point. And again, the way FMX is playing, this could be very well their game. MetershotxSKY Avenger OP get another elimination point points where Team Star's final player is knocked and eliminated. But Avenger OP is still not done as he moves on to eliminate the one chance that FMxR3D had. But it seems like that has been taken, or rather stolen away from their side. So TUF, now this is going to be, or has to be, their game. Everything working for them.
That is one of the cardinal sins the players of FMR3D committed over there, right? Shouldn't have peeked from the same angle, especially when you know your position is compromised. But now TUF, they're going to be smoking their way inside the circle, just deploying a smoke wall. But Pika, he's still alive. Now I think he's resorted for the healing battle. What he's going to what his intentions are going to be is to strike from behind. And yes, he does. Wipes out the entirety. He wipes out the entirety of TUF and hands over the winner chicken dinner to TmwEsports, who've well had to do not a lot in the final circle. What an end.
Wow. I mean, that was incredible turn of events for TmwEsports. Definitely, I mean, stealing the chicken dinner at that particular moment right there. I mean, it was down to the second, right? FMxR3D's players got TUF eliminated, and as soon as he did, he himself was knocked and given that massive blow. But wow, what a close to the day.
I mean, it has been customary with the PMPLs, right? I think the players kind of have a talk, you know, guys, let's make the last match as entertaining as ever. And this certainly was one hell of a match. I mean, the FMR3D, just when we needed them to strike back, they did at the right spot. Of course, not earning the chicken dinner, but it is fine, right? The second spot and a lot of finishes.
True.
I think Mama must be proud.
They definitely ought to be. I mean, okay, so now, is there a fighting chance? Because we are looking at a resurgence from the side of FMxR3D. We shall look at those numbers again. But is there a fighting chance for this team to be able to make it? I believe yes, right? It is still possible. It is definitely possible. But they need to have this sort of game throughout. I mean, we did see Regicide have a really wonderful game today as well.
Right.
But after that, they were not able to, stand up to that sort of calling. FMxR3D finished the day really, really well. But we shall see what tomorrow's day is all going to be about. But without further ado, we do have a short little break to take care of. After which, of course, we're going to be talking more about the map Erangel right now.
Go!
It's your chance
to reach the biggest. Let the action begin.
Wow, I mean, so magnificent, Lakshay, especially that Oppo F21 Pro, which is going to release on the 11th of April. And, I have been advocating my colors, of course. I've gone for orange. We do have Lakshay, who's, still stuck on with me with orange. I do not know about CA, though. But regardless, I mean, it's such a fresh set of colors. But talking about fresh set of things, of course, TmwEsports being granted the winners. But the MVP is going to be someone absolutely different. It's going to be MetershotxSKY's Ash, who did survive for quite some time and managed to get 6 finishes after all.
Wow, that's amazing. He was the only player surviving, actually. He did deliver some massive blows all by his lonesome as well in that final zone moments. But, well, again, that is just phenomenal for the side of MetershotxSKY's team. With that, as we move on through to the top players list, we've got Edgar from TUF, FMX finally, Anubis, Pika chiming in along on the 3rd and 4th position with 5 and 4 eliminations respectively.
Oh yeah, I mean, you talk about all these players and everything over here. I mean, I think Pika sort of stole the show towards the end, right? Especially with what he wanted. It was a thunderbolt from behind. It was something that FMR3D and all the viewers out there were not really anticipating. This sort of a play requires a lot of cojones, right? A lot of you need to make sure your calculation is perfect. You need to make sure that you are gonna hit them at their most vulnerable position, and he did that. But a little bit of a comparison where I think FMR3D just gets it all away, right? Gets it all away in their favor, especially that one elimination department. 3-11, I mean, FMR3D, they just impressed everybody.
And that, again, to let our viewers know, that again is the reason why we keep on bringing up those elimination points again and again. Because even if you walk away with a chicken dinner, the team that has been the most aggressive in the lobby always pretty much ends up walking away with more points. And that is what the entire fight is about, to be able to get more points. So, yeah, that is something that these teams are going to have to find a synergy between the, placement points and the elimination points. With that, as we move on through to the match ranking, we've got FMxR3D, of course, on top with 23 total points from this game. And then 18 points is for the side of TUF. Then comes in MetershotxSKY. Even though they got the chicken dinner, they only had those 3 kills. So 18 points to them. Nothing taken away from their position and their gameplay. Because in the end, it's all about being part of the top 16 to qualify for this third Super Weekend.
The threshold has always been around 41 and 42-ish, right? If they can somehow manage to get more points than that, then I think that is exactly what they would need, right? Just cross that 40 marker and then do whatever you want. Go SALTxi8 for all we could care, because you've ensured that you've made it to the weekend, and that is all that matters, right? For all the new viewers out here, let me tell you, none of these scores are going to be carried forward. This is just for your qualification. Only the top 16 will qualify. And lately the threshold, like in the first weekend, was like around 41. This time it was 42, or maybe it was the other way around. Regardless, what I want to say is, has been around that 40 to 45-ish marker. So once you hit that, that yes, my job has been done. I don't think there's any slipping by for me, unless and until some miracle happens and you just get thrown off. But that's a whole different story. But I think, yeah, getting those minimal amount of points, and FMR3D seem to have got the right track. Now, this is one way to end the day. This is one good way to end the day. And the same can be said for MetershotxSKY as well.
True.
Right? They were struggling a lot. This chicken dinner means so much to them.
Oh, yes, it does. It is going to be definitely boosting the morale as well as the position where they will find themselves. And as I did say earlier as well through the day, that I really want to. It's not that I favor MetershotxSKY over any other team. None of that. I don't really have any fan following like that. But I definitely do wish to see MetershotxSKY taking the opportunity to get that second, to be a part of, in fact, their second Super Weekend, which is going to be the third for the league itself, the final Super Weekend. And for that, there are 4 games that are remaining for them. In fact, for all the teams, there are 4 games remaining, and those will be played tomorrow. So we shall finally get an answer as to what teams are going to be the ones that will push on into this third Super Weekend. As with that, we move on through to the Oppo 21 Pro moments, where the Grounders did take the limelight by themselves as they finished off FS's player Wasi right in the first few minutes of the game itself. So Freestyle did not have a good start, but the Grounders themselves walked away with only 3 elimination points and 0 placement points.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the Grounders, yeah, that has been the case, right? You try to do something out of the box, yes, go for it. But yeah, make sure you've got a more stable game later on. And it's not just the problem with the Grounders right now. I think even QWERTY is coming under our radar. They are the ones I feel are kind of on the bottom or half of the table, and they need to pick themselves up. Because if they do not, it's going to be such a shame, right? One of the most popular, one of the biggest names from the Pakistan region, not with us this time. And wow, that was an amazing knock coming out of Pika. I sure did miss that one out. I mean, he's such an amazing player. But this is what I've been talking about, right? QWERTY, getting those knocks, going a little greedy for the finishes, getting eliminated early on. It's so much for them to handle. And they need to get themselves back, man.
They do. Same is the case, not really, but for the side of Freestyle as well. I mean, we've seen Freestyle make some decent points by the end of the game, but initially, they do end up losing 1 or 2 of their players while they make those initial rotations. But considering just this game, I mean, TUF, they were very much in control the way they took those fights. And FMxR3D with just 2 players, Pika and, of course, Hassan, they were legends in the way that they played this.
Oh, they certainly were, right? Waiting for the right moment, and there you could see Zameen. He's already turned off his lights, just looking, giving that scary little look. And but yeah, taking a look at the damage graph, it's going to be
Oh,
Magnus
wow.
who have dished out the maximum amount of damage. And quite understandably so, because if we could have a little bit of a rewind, you could see, they were holding on the center for quite a long time. They took some really interesting fights. I think the most iconic of them would be the one against Clarity, right? Or around the
Right.
little plateau squad house that we have. But
True.
then again, majority, I think all the credits, all the good works have been done by TUF and R3D. The way both these teams played, especially both of them making their way inside the circle, fighting everyone else out. And then North Esports, all they had to do was just stay alive. They had to be the fox in the jungle, and they indeed were, and made sure they came
Yep.
out on top with those chicken dinner. But I think on overall, um, today's day was purely about a little bit of surprises, because we saw TUF, I think, has to be my favorite team for the evening. Followed
Oh,
by, I'm
yes.
not gonna keep SALTxi8 in the list, because I mean, I've had enough of them. Now they're just now they're just trying. They're getting really pesky for all the other teams out there. I mean, the spot players out, they're going after them. What do? They've got no fear. They've
True.
kind of struck off that word from their dictionary. And I think, I'm gonna start looking at SALTxi8, especially in the PMPL finals, or maybe later. But for now, I think it's
Oh,
Team
wow.
TUF, a very well-deserved top spot finish, followed up by Magnus Esports and Team Star, who not just managed to get a chicken dinner, but are looking really strong as well. And mind you, ladies and gentlemen, TUF and SALTxi8, they're on the tippity top without the chicken. Wow.
Dude, 8th position right there. FMxR3D jumping 9 positions based on this game, finding themselves on that 8th position with 33 points, looking very comfortable with the day 1 coming to an end. Same is the case for North Esports, Quantum Rage as well. But with that, we move on to the second page. Now, this is where a lot of ups and downs are being showcased, because so many teams that are well deserving are still looking at very low points, having played 4 games in the entire day.
Yeah, I mean, that is something that we've seen. But alongside that, if we have to search for the silver lining, that would of course have to be the fact that there's always tomorrow. There's always part that where you
True
could really
that.
come back and maybe get a chicken dinner, and then it kind of puts a stop to all your like, look at this. It's not the worst. It's not the end of the world, especially if you are. The top 15 teams, right? Even for freestyle, one chicken dinner with 15 points is good enough. Even for clarity,
Right. Yep.
one chicken. So they need to ensure that at least they have one chicken dinner or consistent games throughout the day. By consistency, I mean at least a top 5 finish along with 4-5 kills. So if they do that constantly, then that's fine. I mean, that's very less likely to happen, but you can try to find a chicken dinner for your team, and I think that is the sort of an approach that I would really want.
One thing that, again, Fixes, correct me if I'm wrong, but
Yeah.
the way I'm reading this overall ranking in the 20 teams and comparing this in my mind itself to the overall ranking for the Super Weekends, of course, after tomorrow's final games that will be played, we shall know what 16 teams will move into the Super Weekend. But it does seem like if this is the top 16 that move on, just hypothetically, right? Let's just say hypothetically, if this is the top 16 that move on, then there still might be a possibility for the teams that are on the 17th, 18th, 20th position, or like 18th and 20th position, to still be able to make it into the finals, because the way that they have played those Super Weekends could put their points very much in contestation. I mean, maybe for the side of 4VTFT, I think so, but I'm just going off of back of my head. Quraysh Esports are they're gonna have to participate in the Super Weekend to go into
Yeah,
the Super.
just barring 4VTFT, everyone
Right,
seems
yes.
to be under the red line over there. 3x, TMW, Quraysh, all combined. But we're taking a look at TUF, how amazing they were today, and they still have. This is just the first day. Look at this. All the players delivering. It's not just anyone, right? And this is the
Right.
exact conversation that I was having with CA. You just can't pick a single player out of the lot. It's the whole team. It's the whole freaking team that has been delivering for their squad, and that is something that I really love, because this is exactly, you know, a pathway to bigger things to come for TUF if they can, and only if they can, hold on to how they've been playing, their play style, and stick to it with a few adequate changes. I think they are looking to be one of my top threes in the PMPL finals.
Oh, well, just to summarize, I mean, week one, I did talk about this quite a lot throughout the games that I've been casting. Week one was a different affair for these teams. Week two, we had a complete different switch in terms of the lobby, and the teams that were underperforming started performing. Week three, pretty much the same scenario. So you combine all of that hocus pocus and that masala market all together and move all of them into the finale, the grand final itself. You know for a fact it's going to be really close. I mean, TUF being that consistent, SALTxi8 playing a league of their own in terms of the numbers advantage working for them. Yeah, I mean, you've got a lot of these teams that are going to be gunning for that first position.
Oh yeah, I mean a lot of them, right? And for now, you know, it's just about the competition that exists. For personally,
Right.
for the elimination leaders, look at this. You know, SALTxi8 have taken it upon them that they have to make sure that at least 4 names do pop up. But now they've just got to work with 3. We've got to see who the remainder ones are. But IQ, this one interesting lad, he's made quite some progress. I mean, it's watching him for the first time, and he's delivering. But for Ash, I mean, 4v Ash, this is one of those guys that in the second Super Weekend, he played out of his minds. And today,
Oh, yes.
he's just not there. 420 boy could not see a lot out of him. Same can be said for Sirius as well. Edgar and Joker, they've been making a lot of noise. 61 elimination for both these lads. Ash has been silent so far throughout the day, but maybe you never know. Tomorrow brings in new hope. So let's see for all these teams, how do they perform?
Absolutely. It all falls on to tomorrow. What team, or rather, what teams will be finishing in the top 16 and qualifying themselves for the third final Super Weekend. And once again, we definitely look forward to the best, or rather, may the best of the best teams, of course, participate. For that conversation, I do want to include Regicide as well as FMxR3D, because the way that they have delivered their playstyle in this third week of the league plays, it is phenomenal. It is definitely like these teams have found what they were missing in the first 2 weeks. But I just hope and keep my fingers crossed, Touch Black, that tomorrow they're able to do exactly that and stick to that rhythm with all the games that they're going to be playing.
And you know, just summarizing today, look at the fresh set of colors over here, right?
Right.
Magnus, Regicide, XGeneration, Team Star, North Esports, so much variety. It's just not one team dominating. It's everybody. It's everybody. This shows the hunger that everyone needs to ensure that they're heading into the Super Weekend. Because if you get the ticket to the Super Weekend, you're getting the golden ticket to the finals also. You know,
Right.
hypothetically, I must say, because that is what is going to happen. Like if 15 games, you're getting extra 15 games, and you still cannot make it to top 16. I mean, you have to question yourself. You need to have a little bit of an introspection. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we finally done with the matches of our evening. If you enjoyed that, do not forget to follow us on our social media. Of course, you can check us out on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. Every link is given in our description below. And make sure you post some really good tweet, and don't forget to follow us as well. We've been there with you right from the very start. But yeah, I think today's day, like we said, Lakshya, was all about new bloods coming in. You know, they
Right.
everyone being so desperate and trying to fight it out to make it to the third and final Super Weekend. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we still do have 5 more matches to go. Every team gets to play 4 more matches, and only the top 16 will qualify for the Super Weekend. And tomorrow is a day you definitely would not want to miss. So
Exactly.
make sure that you tune in, because if you do, then that's your loss, not ours.
Well, again, just to keep it out open, we do, of course, also want to see all the viewers who are tuning in to not forget to, again, showcase that love and chat to all of these teams, right? I mean, there are teams who are very well known, like for the, all right, let's not name names right now, but you do know the teams who have not really, or rather have been underperforming, even though they ought to be the ones that should be in the top 5. And there are a couple of teams, not only 1 or 2 of them, that, of course, do still need your love and support. So do not forget to do that, as that becomes a big motivator for these teams to perform and showcase to you lads that yep, we are here, we're still in the Pakistan region, we're still going to be dominating, and it's all going to be thanks for the fans. And yeah, with that, of course, as Fixer said, it's been an incredible journey, but it all comes to the end tomorrow. So we shall find out what teams are the ones that move into the Super Weekend itself. And for now, it is a very tough lobby. Anything can happen. Anything can go wrong as well for teams. As we've seen for the side of final game, FMxR3D was supposed to get the chicken dinner, but comes in North Esports, completely steals it by surprise. And so yeah, there are still possibilities and opportunities for these teams to take advantage of tomorrow.
Oh, sure. I mean, no questions over there. I mean, of course, now I do not know if the players are going to feel sleepy at all, especially the ones dwindling around the bottom half. You know, they've got a lot of work to do, and for sure, they have to sleep it over. So we are also going to crash off, and we're going to call it a night. And hope you guys enjoyed this. So do not forget to tune in. Till then, have a great evening.
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
सुनिया कि तेरी गेम बड़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग पंगा ले आनी तू मुंडे नाल रॉन्ग मेरे उत्ते तेरा चलना नहीं टैक टैक दिल रखा विच बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट मुंडा देसी ना मैं बर्गर बॉय बंदा मार दे मैं पुछदा नहीं वाई टेलीस्कोप विच होया जेड़ा फोकस हेडशॉट निशाना एडा चौकस लगी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling on a flop जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना ही
गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे कुड़ी ठा करके गोली अखियां न मारे ठा ठा करके
Oh boy, don't cry. तेरी बातों से तू लगता है हाय कर ले तू चाहे जितनी भी ट्राई तेरे जैसे कई आए I'm a queen, मेरा सीन करे बात मेरी M16 Knock out करूँ दिल I'm so mean तू भी बचेगा नहीं कर ले यकीन तेरी गेम को मैं रूल करूँ ऐसी बातें ना फजूल करूँ बिना चिकन डिनर कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ कभी हार ना कबूल करूँ
अखियां दी गोलियां भी सह गया तेनू लगे कि तेरे ते मैं रह गया and you thought you knocked me out मैं तो समझ बंद करन लई बह गया एडा सौखा नहीं कुड़ी हराना मैनू 10 साल तो मैं जानदा जमाना मैनू मेरे लिखण दा एहो जिहा स्टाइल जिवें हत्थ विच पड़िया मैं PUBG मोबाइल टाटा लिखां गाने राउंड जिवें खाली करा गल सीधी सीधी करा ना ख्याली करा मेरा स्वैग देसी मुंडा मैं ओरिजिनल कदी फ्लैक्स कुछ बन के ना जाली करा बैकी है पैराशूट ते like I'm falling on a flap जीवे तेरी सोचा तो अब जीवे तेरा चलना नहीं
गोली अखियां न